Chapter 1573. It was as if a great explosion took place in the northern Dipper star domain, erupting from an extreme point, making many stars fall, turning them into powder. Dazzling light shone, resplendent radiance dancing about. This cosmos was incomparably terrifying, all types of saint auras surging, angry roars and cries of alarm rising and falling. Shocking changes took place in the northern Dipper star domain. Outside the ancient desolate restricted land, that great crack collapsed, immediately expanding to over 10,000 zhang in length, directly entering the restricted region. A wave of terrifying light rushed into the heavens, unmatched divine force originating precisely from this place. It was extremely resplendent, the immortal path about to appear, this place collapsing. The immortal path is about to appear, it really is going to appear in this world. The heavenly gates are opening, immortal domain is about to appear, the ultimate ancient path that has been anticipated for millions of years is about to connect the two realms. This was like an ancient incantation, ringing through heaven and earth, but also like the sound of a sacrificial ceremony, shaking up the 9 heavens 10 earths, grand and majestic, the divine sound deafening. The entire star domain was about to collapse. The only consolation was that the northern Dipper star domain was incomparably sturdy, protected by the great emperor's formation, suppressed by many ancient supreme beings, unable to collapse. Otherwise, without these formations and the restricted region lord, it would definitely shatter like many stars in outer space, turning into cosmos dust. Even though there was light that rushed into the heavens here, it itself didn't move in the slightest, not showing any signs of destruction. The immortal path exploded, a corpse falling, making everyone's minds tremble. If it wasn't an ancient emperor, then it was the ancient celestial being. That type of clothing was too ancient, but immediately afterwards he transformed into the Tao, becoming one of the streaks of light that rushed into the heavens. This was a great heaven and earth tribulation. There were saints who rushed to the northern Dipper star domain, accidentally swept through by the unmatched divine force, immediately turning into a bloody paste, unable to stop it at all. It won't be long before it explodes. The immortal path is about to appear, the ancient supreme beings are about to return. Perhaps it will happen in the next few days. Everyone's predictions were over, because then, there was another great collapse. All types of immortal light danced about, half of a scorched black body falling, turning into thick blood and ashes. The Emperor Corpse's appearance also ignited the primal chaos, making the great crack become vast to the extreme. Waves of roars sounded from within, as if there were creatures roaring. It's a true dragon, it's a true dragon. I think I saw a dragon flying across the sky. No, that's Shui Yueqing, the former demon emperor. He almost fought his way in, but he fell in the end. This is his remnant will. On this day, the entire Beidou star region was shocked. Many cultivators made their final preparations. Everyone didn't rush towards the ancient desolate restricted land, but rather rushed into the sky, fleeing towards outer space. It was because they knew that the ancient supreme beings might be moving out, that they had to make way for them. A portion of those whose lifespans were nearing the end of their lifespans remained in the Big Dipper. It was because they didn't have much lifespans left. They had truly reached their limits and couldn't endure any more torment. They might even transform into the Tao while flying towards outer space. The others all rushed to the nearby star fields and stayed as far away as possible, waiting for that moment to arrive. Boom! The path to immortality was collapsing. Clouds and mist surged, pure white like fine muslin, and extremely peaceful. Just taking a breath would cause one's mind to feel refreshed and quickly fall into a state of Tao comprehension. This is true immortal energy. It can nourish one's primordial spirit and flesh, and it will most likely be useful even for those at the quasi-emperor realm. Everyone was shaken. Many old cultivators dragged their decaying bodies forward and absorbed it. They unexpectedly had a trace of essence energy, and their conditions were much better than before. This naturally triggered a commotion. A portion of those who were fleeing rushed back. They were truly unwilling to accept this. This was world-defying immortal energy. Just taking a breath could improve one's state by quite a bit. A honglong sounded. Groups of stars trembled and northern immortal light danced about. It was like a flourishing fireworks, and it was unknown just how many people were nourished. This was an omen that the immortal gate was about to open. Within the Kacha sounds, a faintly discernible void figure appeared. It towered in the darkness of the great crack, imperishable in the primal chaos, majestic and tall. Was that a building from the immortal realm? It was too grand. It was reflected through the world barrier, and one could see a blurry outline. With a one-long sound, the great crack collapsed. There was actually debris that flew out, wrapped around immortal energy, carrying undying power. Everyone could vaguely hear the cries of immortal phoenixes. Through a crack, they saw the great desolation immortal world flourishing with plants. However, the dark clouds moved, covering everything again. Everything was blocked on the other side. It has appeared, today is the day. There was an ancient supreme being in the life-restricted region who roared out, shaking up the stars in outer space. A few small stars directly fell. It was just too terrifying and exceptional. Heaven fell and earth split apart. Immortal Domain's great crack released dazzling radiance. Rubble, withered trees, debris and other things flew outwards, and then they turned into ashes. In the depths of that place, the chaotic energy was scattered, revealing a giant impregnable pass. That wasn't made of stone, but completely condensed from natural laws. Many great sage and sect ancestors stood before the crack, all of them trembling, unable to stand still at all. Apart from the old cultivators who couldn't move at all, everyone else fled. The path of immortality appeared. The correct time, the correct place, everyone waited for it. After waiting for endless time, it has finally appeared. This was the voice of an ancient supreme being, carrying endless bitterness and helplessness. After waiting for an endless amount of time, paying a price that was difficult to recover, they finally saw this era. Auho! The roar of a creature sounded from the immortal path, shaking up the eastern wastelands. At the same time, a small red bird flew out from that impregnable pass, pacing back and forth, blazing flames overflowing into the heavens. It's a vermilion bird, a creature that belongs to Immortal Domain. The cultivators who were too old to move cried out, their eyes full of tears. After seeing the immortal spirit, they felt like even if they died, they wouldn't have any regrets. Another great roar sounded. An enormous snow-white tiger appeared, as if it was carved from white jade. It released heaven overflowing might, shaking up this eastern wastelands. Another immortal spirit, another creature from the immortal realm has descended into the lower realm. There were old cultivators who already couldn't wait any longer. Their eyes were brimming with hot tears, turning into a rain of light, flying towards that great crack. Even if I die immediately, I don't have any regrets. I witnessed the opening of the immortal path. Two immortal spirits appeared, making many of these elders who didn't have much life left directly turn into a rain of light, becoming a part of heaven and earth Tao laws, returning to the natural great Tao. These aren't immortal spirits. Suddenly, someone cried out loudly. These are just Immortal Domain's natural laws. The immortal gate is tightly shut, not opening yet. These are natural laws interweaving, protecting this enormous gate, not letting others approach. It was a pity for those old cultivators just now. Even in death, they thought that they saw creatures from Immortal Domain. However, this was also good, freeing them from this feeling of satisfaction. Dang! When a great bell sounded in a drawn-out manner, heaven and earth trembled. This was actually transmitted from the depths of the cosmos. A streak of immortal laws tore through, piercing through the great crack in the immortal path. At the same time, below the eastern wastelands, an ancient pagoda flew out, suppressing downwards, making this place collapse. Meanwhile, it itself quickly disappeared. Right at this moment, the correct time, the correct place has already appeared. The immortal path is about to be opened, slaughter your way in. There was an ancient supreme being who roared, making the stellar rivers of the heavens tremble. Many great stars collapsed. At this moment, the great life-restricted regions all erupted with radiance. Ancient emperor and great emperor energy pervaded the air, erupting. the world's shocking changes began. This world's flourishing began here. Under rumbling sounds, natural laws danced about. Heaven and earth trembled, immortal sounds continuously sounding from the great restricted regions. All types of magical projections shook up the world of mortals, enormous figures extending into outer space. Every single figure was an expanse of great wastelands, all of them a type of unmatched great Tao. Ancient supreme beings appeared. They were restoring their Tao fruits, restoring their strength to the peak. They were going to carry out the ultimate battle, fight their way into immortal domain. To recover to their past glorious peak, one had to pay a disastrous price. They might die at every turn. The number of times they could do this was limited. Moreover, once this type of state was activated, it would be extremely difficult to seal themselves off. This also meant that if they successfully entered immortal domain in this era, then that was that, but if they unfortunately failed, then they would all die in meditation, unable to resist the power of time anymore. Immortal Tomb's supreme being was the first to move. An ancient war chariot rushed out. This time, he sat on the ancient war chariot, using the chariot instead of walking. Primal chaos was endless, drowning out that place. One could vaguely see that he was a humanoid creature, but as for what race it was hard to say. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, Daoist robes covering his body, his true appearance impossible to see. Ashy brown hair scattered down his chest and back. Within his eyes scenes of the destruction of the sun, moon, and stars. This seemed to be a Daoist, making one suspect that he might be the ancient celestial being from the legendary era. He sat on the ancient war chariot, an immortal sword resting on his knees. There was an exceptional aura that shook up the 9 heavens. Almost in an instant, the war chariot arrived in front of the immortal path. Perhaps they didn't need a war chariot, but this was the dignity of a great emperor-level expert. Perhaps they would fail, perhaps they would die in battle, but they were going to fall in glory. On the other side, within Undying Mountain, energy surged. A supreme expert covered in black armor appeared. Mist surrounded his body, terrifying to the heavens. He sat on an enormous divine tiger. This tiger's entire body was covered in scales, not fur. It flickered with terrifying metallic luster, vicious flames overflowing into the heavens. In the hands of Undying Mountain's supreme being was a great halberd. It was dark and dense, able to split apart the heavens, shatter millions and millions of stars. This was a great halberd forged from black dragon pattern gold, the edge of the blade snow-white, terrifying and world-shaking. This was definitely an emperor weapon. This supreme being also came out. In his hands a great halberd, seated on the enormous divine tiger. Immortal light erupted, directly arriving in front of the southern region's ancient desolate forbidden land. In that instant, 2 ancient supreme beings appeared. It was just too shocking. Even though they were in outer space, borrowing all types of ancient formation platforms to watch, many great sage and sect ancestor-level figures felt a chill run down their spines. They were just too powerful. If they were compared to those 2 emperors, they wouldn't even be comparable to ants. These are true great emperors and ancient emperors. Everyone trembled. Oh, northern region, within origin ancient mine, immortal light danced about, stellar streams falling, vast and boundless. It made that place have a myriad of scenes, shocking endless generations. A Qilin appeared, incomparably massive. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li long it was. It moved between heaven and earth, crushing all things between heaven and earth. Its entire body was covered in dense scales, as if cast from immortal gold, flickering with blue-purple radiance. It directly stepped out from origin ancient mine, overlooking the cosmos, its might suppressing the 9 heavens 10 earths, as if it could instantly make 3,000 great worlds collapse. This was a supreme creature, not much different from immortal domain's Qilin. Light rushed into the heavens from its skull, proving that it was previously an imperial Tao supreme being. Chapter 1574. An enormous Qilin that was several tens of thousands of li long rushed out from origin ancient mine, towering in the northern region's heavens. It was absolutely shocking. It had an ancestral dragon head, and its body was covered in blue-purple scales that flickered with an ice-cold metallic luster. A symbol appeared on its skull. Beams of light shot into the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. After millions of years, an imperial Tao supreme being once again descended upon this world. "Staff, come." These 2 words sounded from his mouth, shaking everyone. The entire eastern wastelands trembled 3 times. His might suppressed the 3 realms and 6 Tao, his aura surging like a bull. He was the sole sovereign of this world. With a honglong sound, a resplendent streak of blue light flew over from outer space. It streaked across the dark cosmos, passing through the boundless ice-cold star domain and directly descending towards the northern Dipper star domain. "What is that?" Everyone was shocked. With just a light shout, an extremely powerful weapon was summoned. At this moment, it completely revived, and the supreme might of the archaic emperor was released. It was dazzling blue, sparkling and resplendent. It released eternal radiance, illuminating the entire eastern wastelands. It quickly descended towards the northern region, its divine might surging for millions and millions of li. This was a true revived emperor-level weapon. Every strand of pressure made the great sage tremble. No matter how far away they were, the ancestors of a region couldn't help but kneel down. It was too terrifying. Strand after strand of blue light erupted, making the sun, moon, stars, and others all dim. They couldn't compare to this weapon at all, not having the slightest bit of radiance to speak of before it. "The Qilin staff." Someone spat out these words in shock, his body even shaking. "That's the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient imperial weapon. Who would have thought that it would fly back?" Everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. The Qilin staff was the supreme divine weapon of an archaic great imperial clan. The entire world knew about it. It had previously disappeared for a period of time, suppressed by the Dao Yan bloodline's immortal clothes and ancient imperial formation when they attacked the eternal star domain, not having the time to revive. As a result, Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qilin fell. The ancient prince Hua Qilin left for the desolate border of the cosmos, his whereabouts unknown even now. However, the Qilin staff had already returned many years ago. No one dared to suppress it for a long time, not even the Dao Yan immortal clothes of the same level. It was because once the Qilin staff, this supreme divine artifact, revived on its own, it would produce the most terrifying battle between emperor artifacts. One of them would definitely shatter, and that was an unbearable result. Many years ago, it already returned to Fire Qilin Cave. However, the path of immortality was about to open, so it was brought away by that clan, heading to outer space. Now, it was summoned back by Origin Ancient Mind's power. At this point, it was clear that the ancient supreme being in the purplish-blue light mass that was tens of thousands of kilometers long was the ancient Qilin Emperor. Everyone was shaken, none of them daring to believe this reality. This exceeded everyone's understanding. How is that possible? The ancient Qilin Emperor is still alive? Millions of years have passed. Even if he became an emperor-level master, he wouldn't be able to live until now. How did he do it? Didn't the ancient emperors all die in meditation? He actually lived for millions of years, breaking common sense. The entire world was shocked. It was unknown just how many people were paying close attention. Their mouths were wide open, and then cries of alarm sounded. It was too unreal, making many people's scalps go numb. Of course, this was only limited to ordinary cultivators. Figures at the level of the great sage, the patriarchs of a region, and the others were all mentally prepared. Up to now, all signs indicated that there must be people of this level or even this level in the life-forbidden zone. The ancient Qilin Emperor had appeared, and he was still alive. This news shook the Big Dipper and spread throughout the world. Then, it quickly spread to the depths of the universe. This result made all the heavens tremble. The former supreme being of a generation suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, ruled the 8 wastelands of the universe, and all living beings submitted wherever he passed. After a long period of time, he had defied the heavens and returned. His appearance was different from the appearance of the 2 ancient supreme beings. This was the first time that it truly proved to the world that there were people among the former ancient emperors who were still alive. The significance of this was too great, and it would overturn the inherent understanding in many people's minds. With a rumble, the purplish-blue light erupted, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, drowning the northern region. At this moment, the giant Qilin transformed into a middle-aged man with a head of thick blue hair that draped over his shoulders. His purple pupils were as sharp as heavenly blades as he looked disdainfully at the human world. He was majestic and imposing, and immortal qi surrounded his body. He stood in the air, and with a wave of his hand, the Qilin's staff made of eternal blue gold flew forward. "Father!" A trembling, sobbing voice that was mixed with sadness, joy, and bitterness was heard. She held onto the Qilin's staff tightly and followed him from the outer region all the way here. This was a peerless beauty. She had long blue hair, a slender jade-like body, and a fair and pretty face with tear stains. She was crying tears of joy and was extremely excited. She rushed over as if she had gone mad, and it did not match her peerless temperament. It was Wang Lin. She did not expect that there would be a day when they would meet again, and her whole body was trembling. Back then, her father was already in his old age and sealed the two of them. That was truly a separation of life and death, and it was heartbreaking, because they knew that it was an eternal farewell. They would fall into a deep sleep, and their father would pass away not long after. Even if they revived after millions of years, they would never see each other again. That was a type of pain. Even now, when they thought back to it, it still tore their hearts and lungs apart. Who would have thought that after millions of years passed, they would actually meet again, and that there would be this type of scene? Wang Lin couldn't hold it in any longer. She cried loudly and threw herself over, rushing into the embrace of this majestic and intimidating male. She wept until the sky darkened, and it was completely different from how she normally was. When this middle-aged man was young, he was definitely incomparably handsome. Now, his temperament was even more outstanding, and his divine might was astonishing. He possessed a matchless divine appearance. Great waves appeared within his deep eyes, and a warm expression appeared on his face. He gently patted Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "Don't cry. Wait for your father to slaughter out an undying world, and then I'll bring you along with me into immortality." His words were extremely gentle, but there was a matchless domineeringness to them. The Tao of this world were all wailing, and under his pressure, there was no one who didn't bow down and tremble. This was the archaic emperor, every word and action a natural law. He was unmatched in this world, and no one dared to contend against him. "Father, I'm scared. I don't want to separate from you." Wang Lin, who had always been very strong, rarely revealed such a look of fear as she was a princess of the imperial family. "Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. Wait for my return," the ancient Qilin emperor said firmly, his eyes filled with astonishing brilliance. "Father, please, take me with you. Don't let me leave alone, even if it's just for a while," Wang Lin cried. "You can't be with me, or else you'll be suppressed by my Tao for the rest of your life. I can only control you for a while now, but as time passes, it will definitely affect you greatly." The ancient Qilin emperor gently pushed her away, not allowing her to say anything more. He caressed her cheek with his hand, and then his eyes suddenly blazed. A ball of bright light erupted from his palm, enveloping Wang Lin. It tore open the starry sky and sent her directly into the depths of the distant universe. "Father!" On a huge planet in the ancestral land of the Fire Qilin Cave, Wang Lin was sorrowful. Her tears blurred her eyes, and she was extremely terrified. She knelt on the ground powerlessly. Perhaps this would really be the last time they saw each other. The father and daughter didn't speak much, and although they seemed calm, their words were full of emotions. The ancient emperor was protecting her and not letting her get hurt at all. There was too much reluctance in his heart. Her father had gone to fight a bloody battle on the immortal ascension path, and he might even have to face the threat of other ancient emperors and great emperors. This might be a path of no return. The hero was gone, never to return. She had heard these words when she was very young, that he wanted to take her with him to immortal ascension so that they wouldn't be apart anymore. Now that the day had really come, what would the outcome be? Lin Er's heart trembled. She had never felt so helpless before. The ancient Qilin emperor took one last look at the depths of the universe, holding the divine staff made of eternal blue gold in his hand. He took a step forward and directly arrived in front of the big crack of the southern domain immortal path. "You're here, we can start now," said the Daoist from the immortal mausoleum. He was still sitting cross-legged on the ancient chariot with an immortal sword across his knees. His entire body was shrouded in chaos. On the other side, the owner of the immortal mountain was riding on a huge divine tiger, holding a large halberd made of black gold with dragon patterns in his hand. It could collapse the sky and swallow thousands of miles. He also nodded. And not far away, there were 4 other people. Several ancient supreme beings from the major life-forbidden zones had come into being. They came here and were about to launch an earth-shattering attack. This place seemed to be on the verge of shattering, and the heavens and earth turned into ashes. A terrifying aura spread out, piercing through the past, present, and future. There had never been a generation like today, where 7 ancient emperors gathered together and appeared in the same generation. This was a miracle that had never happened since ancient times. They retracted their god powers. Just by standing there, they were able to destroy the vast world. The entire universe seemed like it was going to be destroyed. The entire universe seemed like it was going to be destroyed. Even the deepest parts of the universe could feel this terrifying aura. This generation was heaven-defying, and it would only appear once in this generation. It would never be replicated again in this generation. Endless years of waiting and endless expectations erupted in this generation. The final and most bitter battle was about to begin. They would rush into the immortal domain and truly become immortals. The right time and the right place have all appeared. Slaughter your way in. The Qilin Emperor raised the brilliant blue divine staff and was the first to move. He slaughtered his way into the enormous crack and smashed into the tightly shut majestic city gate. He launched the most powerful attack. At this moment, the true fluctuations of an ancient emperor appeared, suppressing the endless blue skies and shattering the past, present, and future. This type of power was too terrifying. In this instant, even the depths of the universe could feel a terrifying aura. However, the Qilin Emperor wasn't trying to destroy the world. Not a single strand of his matchless murderous attack swept towards the stars in outer space or the eastern wastelands. Instead, it all rushed towards that immortal gate. The most brilliant light was released, and the most dazzling radiance shone. The archaic emperor took action, and the world's most powerful attack finally appeared again. Slaughter your way into the clear world. Slaughter your way into immortality. The ancient supreme beings roared together. Everyone moved and attacked together. At this moment, the fluctuations of emperor weapons shook the heavens. Immortal light blossomed, and the ancient emperors descended upon the world. The most powerful people in this world from ancient times until now attacked together. They were going to fight their way into the immortal domain. The 7 figures were like 7 immortal monuments that stood before the path of immortality. They used their hot blood and lives to charge forward. War songs resounded through the 9 heavens, transforming into the most stunning splendor since ancient times. In this generation, only success was allowed, and failure was not allowed. Chapter 1575. The southern region was vast, and the laws of great emperors surged. All of them entered the path of immortality. The 7 great supreme beings took action, starting an unprecedented grand event. It was destined to become the most resplendent chapter. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed, they were destined to be recorded in the annals of history. They would become the most glorious and brilliant stroke of history, forever remembered. This was an exploration of the path of immortality. No matter what, they would walk the furthest, become the greatest heroes, and no one would be able to cover up their brilliance. With a rumble, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. They slaughtered their way in. There had never been so many great emperor-level figures erupting at the same time. The 7 great supreme beings moved together, shocking the universe and suppressing the ages. In that great crack, all types of laws interweaved, able to crush the quasi-emperor, able to contend against great emperors. The true path of immortality had appeared. It was not a smooth path, but an exceptional murderous intent. If one wanted to enter, they had to rely on strength. Eternal eternity, stars fall from the west. A supreme being shouted. His words were laws, cutting apart the ancient immortal paths, shattering the foundation of 10,000 Dao. Only his Dao was still erupting, turning into a great desolate star. It linked up ahead, striking towards that majestic giant city. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A giant red divine bird flew over. That was the vermilion bird, which was previously believed to be an immortal spirit of the immortal world. This understanding was not wrong, because even though it was formed from natural laws, it was truly too powerful, with ancient emperor-level fluctuations. How was it formed? Now was not the time to investigate. The supreme beings were fighting, the stars in the heavens falling, and all regions were trembling. The red divine bird's feathers were smashed flying, and with a mournful cry, it once again turned into a rain of light, connecting the path ahead. However, this was only the beginning. An even more terrifying disaster was yet to come. Immortal energy surged, and demonic figures appeared one after another, each of them wearing armor, terrifying to the heavens, blocking the path ahead. An even greater danger appeared, surging over from the path of immortality. There were endless great enemies, all of them formed from natural laws, and not their true bodies. Dao severs two realms, roared the Qilin Emperor. He held the blue-gold divine staff, his entire body resplendent, suppressing the universe alone. He waved the emperor weapon in his hand, immediately splitting the path of immortality into two. The god fiends in front of him were extremely powerful, and they were all transformed from the supreme nomological laws of the great Dao. In theory, they could compete with any living creature or supreme expert, but unfortunately, they were all cut in half by the ancient Qilin Emperor. Blood splashed outwards, the corpses of 1,000,000 gods and devils lying on the ground. This battlefield was extremely bloody and incomparably terrifying. Even the Dao laws seemed so real, as if their flesh and blood were truly suffering a calamity. The scene here was transmitted into outer space through a few formations. It was extremely shocking. What kind of power was this? With a single move, 1,000,000 fiend gods were annihilated. This was the majesty of the archaic emperors that could shake the past, present, and future. No matter when, as long as they appeared in the world, they would be number one under the heavens. Now that the 7 great supreme beings were together, it really was heaven-defying. The Dao that couldn't coexist squeezed together, a great explosion erupting between them. Every one of them was standing in a starry sky, surrounded by stars. Every one of them was the ruler of the universe, and they were using great magic power to separate themselves from others. One of them was comparable to a true great universe, but even so, chaos surged between them, and a great explosion occurred. All of them used emperor weapons to send the fluctuations here into the path of immortals. Ancient emperors had never joined forces to fight a great battle before. Everything was for the sake of becoming immortals. At this moment, they didn't hold anything back and fiercely fought forward. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped forward. In the great void crack, a world of longevity was glowing in the distance. It was floating in front of them, and they quickly approached. And at this time, hundreds of thousands of immortal shadows appeared, as if they were ascending to become immortals. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth to stop them. It was a dazzling rain of light that turned into eternity, destroying everything. If the great sage was here, even if there were millions of him, he would immediately turn into pus and blood here. As long as he was touched by the rain of light, his body and spirit would be destroyed. This was a law that was specially created to stop ancient emperors. One sword to level the universe. The old Daoist from the immortal tomb shouted loudly, his voice ringing through the clouds. His entire body shone, the chaotic energy scattered, revealing a bronze-colored face. His voice was like a golden bell, his hair ash-colored, Dao robes old-fashioned. It was actually ancient clothes from the legendary era. With a wang sound, the immortal sword that was resting on his knees flew up. When the sword was released, the starry rivers in the cosmos lost color. Heaven and earth were opened, even the path of immortals collapsed. With a pu sound, the immortal sword swept past, flesh and blood flying everywhere. All of the immortal shadows before it were hacked to pieces, becoming nameless corpses and bloody mists in the great calamity. These might not necessarily be fake. These vermilion birds, gods, devils, and immortal shadows might have existed before, and now, they have become Dao laws. He released a light shout. The ancient war chariot rumbled. He sat down on it again, heading forward. If gods stood in his way, he would kill gods, and if immortals stood in his way, he would kill immortals. There were many great formations in the northern Dipper Star region that illuminated everything around the path of immortals. It was unknown just how many people outside this region were paying close attention, all of them watching closely. At this time, someone cried out in alarm, full of shock. That kind of clothing, it really is from the legendary era. It's so far away, how did he survive? There were endless inheritances in the endless heavens and tens of thousands of races. Some were extremely ancient, leaving behind splendid inheritances. There were also ruins from the legendary era that had been excavated before, and they understood many great mysteries. Now, almost all of the experts in the cosmos had come, so there were naturally people who sensed something. That immortal sword is extremely similar to the longevity sword from the legends. Could it be that the ancient celestial being survived? An old sect ancestor said in shock. Correct, it's him, the longevity celestial being who created the secret character. He actually didn't die. After such a long period of time, he is still in this world. People were completely shocked. This was so shocking. The legendary era was really too far away from the present. It was even more incomprehensible than the resurrection of the immemorial emperor. The longevity celestial being must have crossed the legendary era, the immemorial era, and the desolate era. He had lived through the eras of venerable emperor, the undying heavenly emperor, the divine emperor, the ruthless great emperor, and the great emperor Wuxia. He had never truly perished. This made many people's hair stand on end. What kind of existences were there in the 7 great life forbidden areas? They were too terrifying and exceeded people's understanding. That's right. Only he, the creator of the secret character of swordsman, and the person who has a profound understanding of the secret technique of immortality, could cross such a long period of time and pay a heavy price to be sealed from that distant era to today. The longevity celestial being had come into being as the creator of one of the 9 secrets. He still existed and hadn't completely perished. This shocked the human world. Of course, it could be predicted that he was about to decay. Using the forbidden secret technique to live to this era would also lose its effect. If there is no path to immortality in this world, we will slaughter our way to the boundless immortal world. The light was in sight. There seemed to be a boundless immortal world in front of them. There was a type of immortality power that attracted the 7 great supreme beings. We will use our lives and hot blood to verify the method to become an immortal. Even if we fail, we will clear the fog for later generations. There will always be someone who will ascend to immortality. Someone shouted passionately. At this moment, they really wanted to stake their lives on the line because some of them had already reached their final moments. They had been sealed for too long and didn't have much time left. They didn't have a single bit of time to waste. In outer space, people were shocked once again. The great sage on the human race's ancient path revealed an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth and said with a trembling voice, "Among them, there is an ancient great emperor." They felt the unique blood energy of the human bloodline. It pierced through the heavens and suppressed the universe. There was no mistake. The great emperor of the human race had been revived to the peak of glory. The origins of the 7 great supreme beings were too shocking. From the legendary era to the archaic era, and then to the desolate era, they were all present. The emperor, sovereign, and celestial being had all appeared. Gasping for breath until now isn't cowardice, but rather unwillingness. We only need a single look to see how to achieve immortality. Someone said in a dismal manner. He pressed forward, slaughtering his way forward. Even if we slaughter our way into immortal domain, we will never be able to become true emperors and sovereigns. Paying such a heavy price, all for the sake of verifying the immortal ascension method, is it worth it? Another person roared out. At this moment, endless immortal spirits appeared. Azure dragons soared, immortal phoenixes spread their wings, surrounding them. The most terrifying battle unfolded, blood splashing everywhere. The ancient great emperor was going all out, roaring with all of his strength. He killed millions and millions of powerful immortal spirits. Were these natural laws, or were they creatures that had previously existed? No one knew. Paying such a heavy price, gasping for breath in this world, was it worth it? No one knew. Later generations would be grateful. They were leaving behind an immortal ascension method for later generations, using their own lives to verify it. 1,000,000 gods and devils, 10 million immortal spirits, they were all killed. They couldn't stop the 7 supreme beings at all. They were too powerful. Their soldiers pressed down on the city, facing the impregnable pass formed from natural laws. What gasping for breath, what leaving behind an immortal ascension method for later generations? I only sacrificed myself for the sake of immortality. So what if blood overflows into the heavens? Undying Mountain's Lord said coldly, not showing the slightest fluctuation. Celestial being, ancient emperor, great emperor, all of them. Even though they were all unmatched existences, the 7 great supreme beings' beliefs might not be the same, so their performance would be different as well. His right arm was raised high, holding that black great halberd, pointing forward. It was immediately as if a great wasteland ferocious beast appeared. A wave of terrifying aura surged forward, the real world outside the immortal path almost collapsing. There were great emperor patterns that quickly blocked it. Meanwhile, in outer space, there were many small stars that directly exploded, turning into powder, all of them destroyed under this wave of fluctuations. Everyone was incomparably horrified, rejoicing that they moved far enough. This supreme being was too violent, not caring about anything else at all. There was only a single goal in his eyes, and that was to slaughter his way into immortal domain. Who cared about the heaven overflowing flood after his death? That great halberd has appeared before, belonging to a holy spirit. He broke free from the shackles of the stone core, truly advancing to the extreme, ultimately achieving the Tao, turning into an emperor-level expert. He is Stone Emperor. In outer space, there were people who trembled. They recalled the ancient records, understanding the true identity of Undying Mountain's Lord. That great halberd accompanied him when he emerged from the stone core. Its name was Heaven Desolation, also known as Stone Emperor Halberd. Everyone understood his origins from this halberd. The Holy Spirit that had previously ruled over the world, Stone Emperor, he still hadn't died. It was he who entered Undying Mountain, turning that place into a life-restricted region. Kill! In Stone Emperor's hands, the Heaven Desolation halberd brandished, forcefully smashing forward, heavily hacking down on that imposing impregnable pass, sweeping through that enormous gate. A heaven collapsing and earth-splitting sound rang out, shaking up all directions. If not for the other supreme beings stopping it, this type of fluctuation would have definitely destroyed the eastern wastelands, erased Big Dipper, this ancient land of life. Gotcha! That city gate was hacked by him, directly producing an enormous crack. Then, with a quang-dang sound, it was about to collapse. Stone Emperor's power was world-shattering. At the same time, the other supreme beings also took action. All of them had previously achieved the Tao, all of them previously ruling over the great wastelands of the cosmos, all of them previously the sole ruler. Who would be inferior to who? Long. A loud noise sounded. The heavens exploded, the great crack in the immortal path exploding. That imposing city gate was directly blasted apart by the 7 great supreme beings. Smoke and dust surged. They slaughtered their way inside. Chapter 1576. The impregnable pass collapsed, forcibly blasted apart by the 7 great supreme beings. Immortal light rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the 9 heavens 10 earths, shaking up the world of mortals. The entire world was shocked. The ancient city in front of the path of immortality was broken through. Celestial being, the ancient emperor, the great emperor, and the Holy Spirit exerted force together, directly slaughtering their way in, entering the city. A rain of light danced about, covering the sky. That great crack and the path of immortality were both brilliant and sparkling, but it was also terrifying. A single speck of this type of light was enough to blast through the great sage and the others. It would be difficult for them to survive. This was the power of natural laws specially made to stop the ancient great emperors. This type of fluctuation couldn't be seen anywhere else. It was the most dangerous. They slaughtered their way in. They really are going to achieve immortality. Everyone was shaken, all of them crying out in alarm. This might change history, completely overturn the records of immortality from the past until now. This was going to be a new era. Immortality was no longer something vague, the 7 great supreme beings succeeding together. However, when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. With the 7 of them working together, what could stop them? They were all the most powerful individuals from past until now, a single one of them able to suppress the great cosmos and rule over 10,000 realms, let alone when 7 of them took action together. This was a miracle, but after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural. This was how it should be. Many people in outer space were thinking this, at the same time feeling excited to the extreme. They really achieved immortality. The 7 great supreme beings struck out with hope, using their bodies to become immortals, forcibly slaughtering their way in, establishing a new era. There were some old cultivators whose entire bodies were trembling, witnessing everything. It was as if they were rushing into the immortal domain themselves, their lifespans running out, about to pass away in meditation. The world beyond this region erupted into commotion, many roars sounding. All of the cultivators were shouting loudly. Even though the ones achieving immortality weren't them, they were still excited. This was a type of hope. Achieving immortality wasn't an empty dream, giving them a goal. It's still too early to be happy. This is just an immortal pass, and there were people who fought their way in before. Perhaps the true path of ascension to immortality is what awaits them. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, extinguishing many people's excitement and enthusiasm, quickly making the passionate atmosphere cool down. Everyone became stupefied. There was a quasi-emperor who spoke, coming to this conclusion. There might be more unforeseen events on the path of ascension to immortality. Who knew what the path ahead would be like? Who knew what the immortal path's result would be like? Everything would depend on the immortal path's battle. Boom! Under the most terrifying streak of radiance, the entire massive divine city shattered, torn apart by the 7 great supreme beings inside. Endless immortal light surged. In the end, the radiance was cut off by all types of emperor artifacts, not wreaking havoc. 7 figures stood there, the pure and holy golden radiance carrying a bit of scarlet color, as if it was a sunset glow, scattering down on their bodies. It looked extremely magnificent, yet a bit sad. "Where is the road?" someone roared. The impregnable pass was crushed by them, the giant city flattened by them. This was formed from immortal Dao laws, no longer existing. Meanwhile, there was already no path ahead, the path of immortality severed. Everyone was silent. In the end, it was all for naught? With the 7 supremes working together, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that they couldn't break through. All obstacles should be swept away. However, now that there were no more obstructions, there was only an expanse of nothingness in front of them. Nothing existed anymore. Even if they wanted to destroy it, they couldn't. He had an unrivaled cultivation, but there was no place for him to use it. The path to immortality disappeared, just like that. Why is this happening? Was it all for naught after waiting for endless time? The so-called immortal ascension was in the end the greatest scam? How could it be like this? We cannot accept this. No one could accept this result. All of the waiting, all of the painstaking efforts, paid the most disastrous price. In the end, it was all for naught. How could they not feel grief and indignation? Deng. There was a bell ringing, extremely clear and cold, ringing through the path of immortality, resounding through the cosmos. All creatures heard it, every single one of them feeling different. The 7 great supreme beings' bodies shook intensely. Was this the death knell for them? They were outstanding, unmatched, ruling over the heavens above and earth below, yet it was going to end just like this? They couldn't accept this. Suddenly, a streak of multicolored light flew out. In the limits of the boundless void, there was suddenly light. The grand world that had previously disappeared was faintly discernible. There was a wave of long life force that attracted everyone, but it was as if they were separated by a world sea. The 7 great supreme beings' eyes immediately lit up, as if they were resplendent fiery light, illuminating the endless ages. The saints outside this region all closed their eyes, not daring to look. It is still there, just that there is no path left, rising and falling in the darkness. There is already no path ahead. We will carve out a path ourselves, continue the immortal path. The 7 great supreme beings took action again. Emperor artifacts flew out one after another, piercing through the path ahead, directly slaughtering their way over. They were determining the coordinates of the void, confirming where exactly immortal domain was. This battle moved everyone's hearts, making them forget about everything else. Most people were looking forward to their success, because this was a type of hope, proving that immortality was possible, that it wasn't just empty talk, that it could establish a true goal for later generations. A resplendent great Tao formed. The 7 great supreme beings took action, great Tao symbols forming an unmatched great Tao, directly leading into the distance, piercing into that world. The 7 of them moved together, and almost instantly accurately calculated where the immortal domain was. That was a world sea. If one crossed it, they might become immortals. What is in that sea? Right at this moment, many people cried out in alarm. They were fortunate enough to see this scene. That sea was the world of mortals, the past, the future, every single person's experiences. It was too strange. When they looked at that world sea, many thoughts and endless distracting thoughts surged in their minds. Is the world of mortals refining the Tao, or is it refining the heart? This is just a small Tao. What does the past count for? All things in this world, every blade of grass and every tree are in my heart. Those that have passed, they are all beneath my feet. So what if it is the future? Even if the heavens and 10,000 realms suppress me, I won't fear them. The 7 great supreme beings all spoke, every single one of them unmatched, possessing a type of aura of supremacy, as if nothing could stop them from taking half a step forward. These were the ancient supreme beings. Those Tao, those scenes, in the eyes of the great sage and the others, they might not be able to break free from them for the rest of their lives, needing to use their lives to comprehend, to experience, to comprehend. Meanwhile, they pressed forward courageously, directly crossing over. The legendary era's celestial being, archaic emperor, ancient wasteland great emperor, every single one of them shockingly talented. The 10,000 Tao of the heavens, all types of trials and tribulations, for them, were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The true danger was only that immortal domain. The other 10,000 Tao scenes couldn't sway their hearts, difficult to stop them for even a moment. They slaughtered their way forward. In the end, specks of light scattered about. They stood on a boundless ancient path that looked like it was made from stone. However, they had already seen all types of immortal spirits, so how could they say if they were real, or if they were produced from immortal Tao laws? The 7 great supreme beings didn't care about these things at all. Regardless of whether they were real or fake, in their eyes, there was only the massive immortal domain before them. The sky was covered in a rain of light, sparkling flower petals fluttering about, a fragrance wafting through the air. When they arrived here, they saw a monument that towered into the heavens, standing at the side of the path up ahead. The ancient monument was heaven-shocking, only a single symbol carved on it. The people of this world didn't know about it, no one able to recognize it. Meanwhile, the eyes of the 7 great supreme beings were intimidating. This was an immortal symbol only they could come into contact with and comprehend. It could also be called immortal Tao. Immortal. It was simple and direct. The ancient monument only had this word. We believe that it is right, so we have come. Those people believe that it is wrong, so they are still hiding. The final result will be revealed. There was an ancient supreme being who spoke these words, leaving everyone shocked. This clearly showed that there were still people who didn't arrive, that there was still a unique supreme being who didn't appear. In this world, let's see the final result. Following a great roar, the Qilin staff forged from eternal blue gold was the first to strike out, slaughtering its way forward, connecting this ancient path. Countless gods, devils, and immortal spirits fell, all types of light erupting. At the end of the ancient path was a pair of gates, on them large bloody characters. That was definitely Emperor blood, still flowing, as if it had just been written. On one of the gates was written, past. On the other gate was written, future. At the very top was a horizontal inscribed board, on it were also two words, present. Worldly toil is locked away, enlightened Tao sees immortals. An ancient imprint appeared. After too much time had passed, not even the powerful ancient supreme beings could sense this information that was about to be erased. In the end, they only vaguely sensed something. In the surroundings, mists surged, everything hazy. Chaotic energy spread, making this place more and more mysterious. The bloody characters were a ghastly sight. Meanwhile, behind this gate, immortal domains seemed to be within reach. One could vaguely hear the roars of true dragons, the cries of immortal phoenixes, as if there was a boundless immortal world. The 7 great supreme beings rushed inside. If they made it through, they might become immortals. With a honglong noise, a wave of berserk power sent all 7 of them flying. They couldn't pass through. Immortal Tao laws interweaved, preventing this gate from shaking. The 7 great supreme beings all took action, but something terrifying happened. All of the attacks were blocked back, attacking every single one of them. Working together was useless. Raising multicolored light to ascend, becoming immortals, they had to rely on themselves, not the combined attacks of the 7 great supreme beings. A world-shaking attack took place here, radiance illuminating endless time. If not for them intentionally controlling it, Big Dipper Star region would have definitely been turned to ashes. Their attacks were all concentrated on that gate, attacking at it individually, proving their own immortal Tao, wishing to ascend to immortality. How could they give up? This was the final trial. If they made it through, they might be able to achieve immortality, establishing a precedent never before seen since the ancient times, creating a miracle. All of the supreme beings took action, fighting crazily, turning this place into a place where imperial Tao laws interweaved, resisting the immortal light and natural laws, fiercely attacking. Activate the formation, merge the 10,000 Tao into one, attack this gate. Long life celestial being shouted. The other 6 ancient supreme beings all nodded, their roars shaking mountains and rivers. Even the distant desolate border of the cosmos sensed their auras, the entire starry sky trembling. Central continent, northern plains, southern mountains, western desert, eastern wastelands, these 5 great continents all shone, turning into 5-colored altars. Then, they transformed into an enormous formation, drawing in the power of the endless worlds, condensing the resplendent wisps of light. Everyone was horrified. How was this Big Dipper Star region formed? Was it arranged by someone only existing in this era? At this moment, the endless worlds were trembling, the various regions of the cosmos all shaking. At the same time, the holy cliff also shone, the Wuxia bell also rumbling. Moreover, at the same time, Western Desert's great thunderclap temple also shone with Buddha light, illuminating the past, present, and future, illuminating reincarnation. Chapter 1577. The 5 great continents shone, condensing the power of the cosmos, absorbing great Tao fragments and spiritual essence from all directions, constructing a boundless immortal formation. Then, it erupted with heaven overflowing light, blasting towards the path of immortality, attacking that Tao gate. This was a terrifying great attack, vast and powerful, enough to shock the world. This type of divine force could threaten even great emperors. This was an incomparable formation. There were people who had previously speculated that this was a formation that could raise a world and ascend to immortality. Yi Fan had also suspected that it had something to do with immortality, and today, it revived, erupting with power for the first time, actually displaying its offensive side. With a honglong sound, that enormous streak of light smashed into the primal chaos submerged gate, producing the most dazzling rain of light. This place collapsed, spreading into the distance. Everyone was horrified. The southern region's cracks extended all the way into outer space, tearing apart many stars, devouring many great stars. It was just too terrifying. Meanwhile, Big Dipper's ancient land of life still hadn't been destroyed, because there was a great Emperor's formation protecting it. Streak after streak of light surged, protecting all directions. Kill! The 7 great supreme beings roared. At this time, they also brandished their Emperor weapons, carrying out attacks, striking towards that gate. They wanted to see the final result. It was about time for this era to come to an end. All types of Emperor Dao weapons danced about, shattering the world, smashing towards that stone gate. All types of scripture sounds rang out, deafening. Heaven and earth trembled, cracks appearing on that gate. It instantly opened, but in the end, it tightly closed again, still not collapsing, not collapsing. Worldly labors are sealed, enlightened Dao sees immortality. These words turned into imprints again, resounding through this place. Even though they were extremely weak, on the verge of being erased, they truly existed. Do we need you to lecture us? Stone Emperor shouted loudly. He held the great black halberd in hand, hacking down, using his unmatched divine force. Ding! The great halberd flew outwards, erupting with strings of sparks. Every single spark rushed into outer space, extinguishing several dozen stars. It was terrifying to the extreme. Feeling pity for all living things? That had nothing to do with him. He was previously one of the greatest instigators behind the darkness chaos, blood purging the heavens, all for the sake of better waiting for the arrival of this era. This door couldn't be opened. Even someone as powerful as the ancient celestial being, the Emperor, and the Emperor would find it extremely strenuous. They wouldn't be able to move it within a short period of time. The 5 continents were still shining, but the light that rushed over this time was a bit different. The 5 elements of light reversed and turned into a field of primal chaos. All kinds of great Dao fragments were fused into one. Moreover, at this moment, the 7 great supreme beings' great Daos moved side by side, showing signs of becoming one, truly joining forces to attack that gate. Previously, they couldn't attack together and could only attack one by one. It was because they repelled each other and were incompatible. Only now could they be considered to have truly joined hands to destroy this gate. Boom! This was an earth-shattering battle. The blue Qilin staff, the resplendent longevity sword, and the eerie black sky desolation halberd were all unleashed. The 7 emperors attacked, and the universe trembled. Boom! In this world, if the 7 supreme martial artists really joined hands, there would be no road that they couldn't clear, no obstacle that they couldn't eradicate. The 5 great continents condensed a special radiance, realizing the fusion of all great Dao. Their Dao seemed to have merged together. Back then, the various clans invested quite a bit of effort into this great formation. After the true primal chaos body fell, it was refined by the immeasurable celestial being and then supported by the people of the world. The long-life celestial being said, "At this moment, the 7 great supreme beings' beams of light condensed together, immediately blasting through this stone gate, making it shatter. What past, what present, what future? All of it was crushed into powder. Great Emperor-level experts were unsurpassed, not needing the teachings of others, nor was there anyone who could be their teacher. They directly slaughtered their way in, wishing to break into immortal domain. In outer space, everyone was shaken, all of them almost speechless. They actually needed 7 great supreme beings to open that gate. No wonder the supreme beings in the past all fell in the end, their blood splashing across the immortal path. This was just too difficult, they couldn't open it. The results of this era were already clear. They succeeded, slaughtering their way in. Could it be that they were right and I was wrong? In Origin Ancient Mine, someone said quietly, there were still people who didn't appear in this world. Kill! The 7 great supreme beings borrowed the formation to destroy the immortal gate, directly slaughtering their way in. When they arrived here, a massive immortal realm seemed to already be in sight. They could vaguely see an expanse of exuberant life force. There was a type of aura that spread, as if it could slow down the decay of their body's innermost depths, allow them to prolong their lives. For people at this level, what was this? There was only something related to immortals left. At the end of the immortal path is a primal chaos cave. Finally, they arrived at the final end, no more paths left to walk. Everything was going to end here. Blood energy swirled about, the ancient cave blocking their way. Primal chaos mist spread out, mysterious and unfathomable. Should they go in or not? They already didn't have a choice. In this world, they could only succeed, failure not allowed. Everyone, do you all still have things on your minds? Jumping in will be the difference between life and death. You might become immortals, but you might also become nothing, everything coming to an end here. The longevity celestial being said. Among those present, he had existed for the longest time. His bronze-colored face was full of indifference, without any expression to speak of. His long gray hair was scattered over the ancient robe. Ah! The Stone Emperor laughed loudly, his face full of coldness. He said, "In this life, I came to become an immortal. Death has nothing to do with me. No matter what, I have to live. Charge in." Another ancient supreme only said these 3 words. His attitude was firm, and without any hesitation, he was the first to move, striding to the front of the primal chaos cave. The ancient Qilin Emperor was majestic and imposing. His thick hair was scattered, and his eyes were incomparably deep. He was even more direct. Without saying a word, he directly leaped in, holding the blue-gold divine staff in his hand, and pounced into the cave. When the others saw this, they naturally refused to fall behind. Existences of this level appeared together, and until now, all of them were upright and fearless. There was only one goal, and there was no need to worry. One after another, in the end, the Stone Emperor and the Longevity Celestial Being also leaped in, submerging into the primal chaos mist, disappearing from the path ahead. At this point, no one in the outside world could sense their aura anymore. Even the existences in the Origin Ancient Mine, and even the golden-haired giants in the ancient desolate Forbidden Land, couldn't detect them anymore. This cave was too mysterious. It isolated everything and couldn't be probed. It was separated from heaven and earth, as if it was in another world. The 7 great supreme beings disappeared, and there was no more sound. In the outer realm, it was silent for a long time. They waited for a long time, and no one spoke. Everyone was nervous to the extreme, waiting for the result. However, as time passed, there was still no movement. Everything was the same as before, but the great crack of the immortal path extended into the outer realm, and it became even more terrifying. Did they succeed? Did the 7 resurrected ancient supreme beings ascend to immortality? The outer realm was in an uproar. People couldn't hold it in anymore. Was there finally a result after 10,000 years of waiting? These people all successfully fought their way in, and it ended just like that. Succeeded? Many people believed that this was definitely a success. The most difficult hurdle, before the 7 great supreme beings, was like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to stop their footsteps at all. However, this type of success always made one feel as if something was missing. It was too peaceful, not the slightest bit of the grandeur and majesty of achieving immortality. In the eyes of the people of this world, ascending with multicolored light, sprouting wings and ascending to immortality, this was true immortality. Only that type of auspicious scene could shock the world, make one yearn for and revere it. Perhaps, this is what achieving immortality is like, ordinary and unremarkable, ascending to immortality in the ordinary. No one has ever seen an immortal before, let alone know how to ascend to heaven's gate. This might be the truth, the final result. There was a quasi-emperor who said this to himself, his thoughts wandering. However, he was also hesitating as to whether or not he should follow them in. After all, that immortal gate had been blasted open, not closing yet. This might be the last chance. However, they still felt uneasy inside, a bit hesitant. As for a few elders, those who didn't have much life left, they already didn't have much choice. With supreme beings before them, what was there for them to worry about? They tried their best to rush in, following behind them. This time, a group of old cultivators turned into an expanse of divine rainbows, rushing over. However, before they even got close, they released miserable cries. Up ahead were endless void figures of gods and devils, immortal spiritual laws appearing. This was a type of tragedy, a sad scene. A single speck of light pierced through a large group of people, not even the great sage enough, only able to die in vain. There was even less of a sky-covering rain of light. There were no weaklings on the path of immortality. Regardless of whether it was in the past or present, if one didn't reach that level, they didn't have the qualifications to approach at all. Did they succeed? Could it be that we were wrong? This is precisely this era. Someone in Origin Ancient Mind said to himself, his breathing heavy. This was a sign of a revival reaching the peak. Apart from this, there was someone in the divine ruins who released a low roar, shaking up the world. As time went on, Immortal Domain's great crack slowly closed, actually starting to disappear. The correct time, the correct place, was about to pass. This era was actually going to end. It was actually this fast, exceeding everyone's expectations. It is precisely this moment. Someone released a great roar. Those from the life-restricted region who never moved out. At this moment, 4 figures came from different directions, turning into the most dazzling streaks of light, rushing into the heavens, slaughtering their way into the immortal path, breaking down the ancient path, stopping it from closing. In the end, they still appeared. The life-restricted region's lord didn't wish to miss out on the path of immortality in this era. These people previously believed that this era was wrong, that it wasn't time yet, but in the end, they wavered, changing their minds. 4 figures tore through everything unstoppable. They killed millions of gods and devils, hacking apart endless immortal spirits, shattering all immortal Tao laws. They endured the immortal-like rain of light, rushing into the shattered immortal gate. With a leap, they also entered the chaotic ancient cave. Suddenly, right at this moment, the entire great wasteland universe trembled. Strand after strand of immortal energy seeped out, mysterious and indescribable, making everyone's minds tremble. What is going on? Is the world going to ascend to immortality? Look, that cave is shining, a rain of ascension light is rushing out. I have a premonition that this universe is going to undergo the greatest changes since ancient times. My entire body is trembling involuntarily. An old great sage who didn't have many days left to live, vaguely saw a corner of the future before his death. What is going on with this world? I don't know why, but it is making me feel alarmed. All of the fine hairs on my body stand on end. What is going to happen? A quasi-emperor was suddenly horrified. Could it be that the greatest changes since the ancient times are right now? The legendary era's celestial being, archaic emperor, desolate era's great emperor, what did they do after entering? I feel like this cosmos is full of an indescribable aura. Chapter 1578. An indescribable aura was produced in the cosmos. The quasi-emperor was horrified, and the old great sage who was about to die in meditation also sensed something, feeling extremely uneasy. He felt that this world was different, that there was going to be a great change. They seemed to have seen a corner of the future. What exactly is going on? What is going to happen? Could it be that after the ancient supreme beings entered, they affected the entire world? Unpredictable changes are going to happen. The entire world was shocked. Forget about the most powerful experts, even ordinary cultivators sensed that something wasn't right. Strand after strand of immortal energy surged, spreading from that great crack. They just had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. However, that place was completely calm. 2 groups of supreme beings entered one after another, but there wasn't the slightest bit of activity. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. This type of immortal ascension was too calm, without the slightest ripple, making one feel as if it wasn't real. After who knew how much time had passed, the great crack of the immortal path was closing, continuously closing. This world was truly going to completely end, the curtains falling just like that. However, at this final moment, a world-shattering sound rang out. The entire immortal path collapsed, and then it began to expand again. All of this was because the primal chaos cave exploded, and a figure flew out, stopping everything, opening up the enormous crack of darkness. This person's entire body shone, possessing a wave of supreme power. A sky-covering rain of light flew out from his body, as if they were stars one after another, resplendent and brilliant, incomparably dazzling. Immortal? Was this an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The so-called multicolored ascension immortal in broad daylight was nothing more than this. This was the scene of achieving immortality in everyone's imagination. That place was too dazzling. All of the rain of light was attacking, spreading in all directions. It was even more brilliant than the exploding stars of the 10,000 realms. It was beautiful to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. Ah! A sorrowful roar sounded. That immortal was roaring, his voice mournful and extremely terrifying. It shook the great cosmos, making everyone feel a type of despair. At this moment, near the eastern wastelands, a few great emperor formation patterns shattered, unable to stop his sound waves. It was extremely shocking. Great Tao symbols quickly rushed out from the ancient desolate forbidden land, Purple Mountain, Mount Meru, Ji family, Jiang family, and other places, finally stopping this type of fluctuation. Otherwise, this ancient land of life in the northern Dipper domain would definitely shatter under this roar, destroyed in a single day. What is this? Everyone was horrified. It was clear that something strange happened in the primal chaos cave. This was definitely not auspicious energy, nor was it an immortal descending into this world. This was an ancient supreme being emerging. Heavens! What is inside that primal chaos cave? Why is it making the ancient supreme beings look like this? Is it as if they are going to transform into the Tao? Is that endless rain of light their life force disappearing? His life has reached its end. His life is about to end, filled with despair and unwillingness. Everyone recognized that this was an ancient supreme being. They didn't know what happened, but he withdrew from the primal chaos cave. This type of roar and howl of grief made everyone's hearts tremble. The rain of light flew away. His entire body was badly mutilated, and the sparkling and translucent blood droplets were as translucent as rubies. They were beautiful and dazzling as they scattered all over the ground. Even his white bones were exposed. What kind of power was this? It actually made him look like this. It was too shocking. In this world, it was also right and wrong. It was actually like this, having hope, but also making one feel despair. This ancient supreme being's voice was overcast, his words full of grief and sorrow. What he waited for endless time was actually this result. In the end, he still couldn't achieve immortality. Just what kind of mood was this? Forget about himself, even the bystanders felt sorrow for him when they saw this result. It was too much of a pity. He paid such a heavy price, yet it was all for naught. What happened? In this cosmos, all of the quasi-emperors shivered inwardly, all of their fine hairs standing on end. All of them felt ill at ease, feeling fear. There were 7 supreme beings in the first batch, so what couldn't they break through? Why was he like this? According to normal reasoning, he was definitely going to achieve immortality, no one able to stop their advance. However, reality wasn't like this. This ancient supreme being met a tragic end, clearly suffering something unimaginable. The result was extremely terrible. At the last step, I am no longer at my prime. Otherwise, I would definitely achieve immortality in this world. He roared loudly. He was originally a wise and far-sighted supreme being, but right now, because of extreme disappointment, he became a bit dispirited, completely different from his normal self. He lost that type of feeling as if all things in this world were within his grasp, only having unwillingness and despair. The other supreme beings didn't come out. Could it be that they all achieved immortality? Someone said with a trembling voice. Right at this moment, a loud noise sounded from within the primal chaos cave. Blood splashed in all directions, bright and dazzling, making everyone's hearts tremble, all of their pores feeling as if they were being pierced by needles. Bright red blood splashed out like a red diamond, scattering outwards from the primal chaos cave. Mists pervaded the air, sparkling white bone fragments even falling out, a ghastly sight. What kind of scene was this? The ancient supreme beings were withering away. This was too shocking. Who had ever seen such a thing, and how many people had even heard of such a thing? That was a heavenly sovereign from the legendary era, an archaic emperor, and a great emperor from the desolate era. They were the most powerful individuals in history, yet one of them actually died just like that. How could this be? How could it be like this? No one believed this, finding it hard to accept this reality. It was just too cruel. Everyone thought that these ancient supreme beings had waited for endless time, finally achieving immortality, bringing hope to the later generations, verifying the feasibility of achieving immortality, that this wasn't just some imaginary fantasy. However, reality was just this bloody, making everyone feel despair, feeling a type of great sorrow. Those were ancient great emperor-level figures. They had previously ruled over 10,000 realms, the entire great desolate cosmos crawling beneath their feet, matchless and unmatched, yet they met such a tragic end. This was an unendurable weight, one not willing to accept it. Another great roar sounded. The third supreme being rushed out, his entire body covered in blood, swaying about to collapse. His voice of sorrow rang through the heavens above and earth below. Why did it have to be like this? Killing 100 eras of karma, defying 10,000 eras of time, all for the sake of this world, my Tao, my path, where is it? The supreme beings cried out in sorrow, feeling despair. They were all the main characters of an era, the most powerful individuals from past to present, their glorious years illuminating all of history. However, in the end, it was still so tragic and lamentable. Their entire lives of pursuit, in the end, were all for naught. In the heavens above and earth below, only I am supreme. Another aged voice sounded, unwilling to accept the passage of time, wishing to contend against the heavens. However, defeat was still defeat, unable to achieve immortality. After experiencing endless changes, what else could they say? On the path of immortality, I will listen to my own funeral song, ending the dreams of endless ages. The fifth ancient supreme being appeared, carrying endless sorrow and sorrow, making one's heart feel bitter. I am unwilling. It was actually this type of conclusion. Was it wrong? Was it right? Whoever achieves the Tao in this era will become an immortal. There is no right, nor is there wrong. It is just that we were born in the wrong era, or perhaps it can be said that we shouldn't have pursued it, achieved immortality, The supreme beings were in grief, their voices ringing through heaven and earth, warning those of later generations. Was this the end of the path of immortality? What exactly did they encounter? Everyone wanted to know. Those who waited, you all were wrong as well. This era isn't right, nor can it be considered wrong. The correct time, the correct place, the only thing lacking is the correct person. Of the supreme beings that entered, 2 of them coughed out blood, exploding apart at the entrance of the primal chaos cave. Blood dripped everywhere, the scarlet color shocking. It wasn't that they were weaker than others, but rather that they were too old. In the end, they still reached their final years, unable to hold on any longer. This conclusion was extremely miserable. Only a few people came out, but there were still others inside, their lives unknown. This era made people feel great sorrow, this era made people feel helpless, this era made people grieve and grieve. An enormous sound rang through the air. The ancient restricted land exploded. The enormous stone gates opened, and a white-clothed woman with exceptional grace appeared. The sleeves of her clothes fluttered about, aloof like an immortal. She looked over, actually about to take action. Meanwhile, that imposing male whose entire body was covered in golden hair stood not too far away, advancing and retreating together with her, their goal the same. Amitabha Buddha. In the distant western desert, a Buddhist chant rang through heaven and earth. All of Western Earth flourished with Buddhist light, especially Shumi Mountain. 10,000 streaks of light swirled about, great Tao rumbling, suppressing the world. Shumi Mountain reached into the heavens, as if it could separate the two realms of heaven and man. Right now, great thunderclap temple that was situated on top shone, releasing a tremendous Buddhist chant. Then, scripture sound sounded. Dang! At the same time, a bell sound rang through the northern region, shaking up the great wastelands. The Wuxia bell rang. At this moment, it completely revived. What is going on? Big Dipper Star region, these three places were all extremely mysterious. Ordinary people couldn't truly investigate them. Today, they all shone, moreover endless light, the aura not any weaker than that of Immortal Domain's great cracks. No, Wuxia, you can't treat me like this. The first to move, the first to release sounds, wasn't those three places, but rather Holy Cliff. Light rushed into the heavens, the aura unrivaled since ancient times. A divine list was dazzling, quickly loosening, and then it fell off from the most majestic peak. In addition, immediately afterwards, a total of 365 talismans flew up, and then they exploded, turning into 365 streaks of immortal light, entering the list, making it even more brilliant, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. No, don't! A great roar sounded from within Holy Cliff, but it couldn't change anything. The sacred cliff split apart. An enormous immortal source appeared, auspicious energy endless, multicolored light 10,000 strands. There was a primordial spirit struggling there. Then, another stone coffin flew out, within it a body, an old Daoist. What? My body is still here, so close. Undying Daoist was full of regret and hatred. His primordial spirit that had been cut into several pieces was still struggling. The divine seal shone, sweeping up several parts of the primordial spirit. Then, it wrapped around that Tao corpse, directly turning into an immortal rainbow, rushing into the immortal path. Divine light shone, matchless and matchless, piercing through that primal chaos cave. That is the divine seal left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. He is still alive. Ding. A bell sound rang out. Purple Mountain split apart. This place that was known as Ancient Emperor Mountain in the Archaic era, a place that was close to deities, split apart. A great bell flew out, primal chaos surging, directly rushing towards the southern region. After 80,000 years passed, the Wuxia bell shocked the world again. It appeared in this world, appearing in the human world again. Great Emperor Wuxia also took action. Is he really still alive? Chapter 1579. The immortal source exploded. The primordial spirit struggled, radiance overflowing in all directions. The Tao corpse trembled. Its body seemed to be formed from millions and millions of stars, becoming incomparably brilliant from its deathly stillness. The divine decree wrapped around everything, directly entering the primal chaos cave. It was extremely shocking. No! The undying Daoist released a final roar. His voice thus became dim. There were a total of 365 symbols within the divine decree that shone. They suppressed together, imprisoning him and the ancient corpse, throwing them into the immortal ascension cave that left one in despair. The entire world was shocked. It was too shocking. Emperor Wuxia really did something great. This was definitely an unmatched Daoist, yet he was actually used as a blood sacrifice. What was he turned into? The demon-suppressing stone, as well as an offering, was stuffed into the immortal ascension cave just like that. The undying Daoist, one of the instigators of the darkness chaos back then, a great source of disaster. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? Everyone was shocked. Many old great sage from outside this region were trembling. Countless sect ancestors couldn't help but want to kowtow. When faced with the boundless divine might, their bodies and minds were all trembling. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? A voice sounded from the divine decree, shaking the heavens, making the 10,000 regions of the heavens tremble. The rumbling sound spread through all directions. In outer space, everyone couldn't help but tremble, feeling deeply. They were greatly shaken. Meanwhile, within the great crack of the immortal path, the supreme beings who came out alive released a cold snort. Even though they were already at the end of the road, reaching the end of their lives, they still believed themselves to be supreme, not respecting the heavens, not respecting the earth. Nothing more than a deity with a secret artifact, yet you dare question the world? Let Wuxia come. Stone Emperor said coldly. His entire body was covered in blood, even his sparkling white bones exposed. He held the black heaven wasteland great halberd in his hands, his divine might still matchless, his heroic appearance intimidating. His thick black hair was even dyed with bloodstains. The divine decree entered, wrapping around the undying Daoist, sending him into the primal chaos cave. A divine will was transmitted. On the path of immortal ascension, there is a part for me. I will do my best. Long. Heaven and earth changed. Emperor Wuxia's past immortal Dao laws reappeared in this world, terrifying to the extreme. The river of time and sea of space turned into primal chaos, boundless and boundless, crushing down together. This is, what a great no beginning. On the path of immortality, someone released a light sigh. The ancient supreme being's eyes revealed resplendent light as they watched everything. Wuxia is no longer in this world, but through his artifact he is able to shine as brightly as he should. It's the same as him personally taking action. This was a type of boundless power. A supreme being was sacrificed, and then it entered the immortal ascension cave. Then, the god decree burned, incomparably brilliant. Symbols covered the sky, releasing zheng-zheng noises, overflowing from the cave. His body was no longer in this world, but his Dao and his symbols were still there. It was the same as a supreme being taking action, moreover sacrificing undying Daoist. Great Emperor Wuxia had lived a domineering life, and it wasn't just empty words. He had sealed an unparalleled character from ancient times until today. He wasn't afraid of him rebelling at all, and he wasn't afraid that he would escape. Even if he wasn't in this world anymore, he could still control him, leaving behind a matchless figure, using him to fill up an immortal cave. This type of extravagance left everyone shocked. Who dared to do this? That was a figure that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Ding. The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. The world trembled. The Wuxia bell flew over, scattering down supreme immortal Dao laws, striking the primal chaos cave, causing this place to collapse. Moreover, when this bell rang out, the entire cosmos trembled. The most terrifying thing was that the eastern wastelands trembled, the ancient pagoda in the depths of the earth resonating with it. The ancient pagoda swayed, releasing strands of world-splitting aura from the depths of the earth vein. Countless streaks of light rushed into the heavens, suppressing towards the primal chaos cave. What this is? Ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower that had disappeared for countless years has moved, drawn over by the Wuxia bell, scattering down endless radiance. That is the power to split open the heavens. Could it be that in order to become an immortal, one must split open the heavens and earth? Everyone was shocked. There were 3 special artifacts in this world: the green cauldron, the immortal bell, and the ancient desolate tower. Each one was more ancient than the last, the most mysterious and terrifying. Now, when the Wuxia bell rang, it could actually activate the ancient desolate tower's power, releasing strand after strand of immortal Dao laws fluctuations. It naturally made everyone's blood run cold. Emperor Wuxia was unfathomable. Even though he was no longer around, the runes carved on the magical item were equivalent to him coming back to life. If he were to attack now, he would still be able to sweep away everything in his path. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. A great explosion erupted within the primal chaos cave, the battle clearly reaching a berserk state. The God Confirmant list seemed destined to be destroyed on the path of immortality, bringing along the undying Daoist, turning into a lump of source energy, splitting open the heavens and earth there. In this world, only the Wuxia bell was shaking, suspending above the immortal ascension cave, releasing strand after strand of radiance. Unfortunately, all of the radiance disappeared. Blood energy lingered within the primal chaos cave, the blood of supreme beings, the flesh of the undying Daoist. However, it still couldn't break through the immortal domain. I cannot enter the immortal domain either. The great bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner. It seemed to be forged from primal chaos, simple and imposing, suppressing the endless blue skies as it suspended above the immortal ascension cave. "You are Wuxia?" an ancient supreme being asked. "I am not Wuxia, and that is why I cannot break through." The great bell released a divine sound. It was only a weapon. The true Wuxia would never appear in this world again. Now, I instead believe that Wuxia might still be alive. An ancient supreme being, even though his entire body was covered in blood, was still incomparably dignified. He coldly swept his eyes over the Wuxia bell, not saying anything else. Was this world going to end just like this? The true Wuxia didn't come out in the end, suspected to have died in meditation 80,000 years ago. This left everyone feeling extremely regretful. It still hasn't ended. In Western Desert, someone said with a low voice. However, this voice shook the world, engulfing the eastern wastelands and even spreading into outer space. In Western Earth, an enormous Buddha image towered, over millions and millions of zhang tall. It solidified from the void, as if its true body had descended into this world. On Mount Meru, Buddhist light shone brilliantly. Great Thunderclap Temple even more so erupted with incomparable life force. That Buddha statue turned into a heaven and earth splitting giant, and then it stood up, taking a step onto the immortal path, charging towards the primal chaos cave. An intense battle ensued. Endless Buddhist force surged, making the primal chaos cave even more damaged, collapsing beyond recognition. He also rushed inside. This is the magical body of the Amitabha Great Emperor. How could this type of thing be left behind? Could it be that he is still alive? The Amitabha Great Emperor was someone who walked extremely far on the immortal path, someone who meticulously researched the undying enlightenment. It wouldn't be strange if he had some type of inconceivable long-life performance. This was the Amitabha Great Emperor's magical body. It actually condensed again from the void, directly rushing inside. Unfortunately, it still failed in the end, not succeeding. However, things didn't stop there. The heaven-shocking changes in the Western Desert continued. Mount Shumi shone, and endless power of faith surged. Enormous Buddhist chants sounded from within the mountain. A true great Buddha appeared within the great Thunderclap Temple. He sat there, the ancient blue sky above his head. Auspicious energy rose, and multicolored light shone in 10,000 strands. Endless power of faith surged, even more boundless than an ocean. It engulfed the Western Desert, filling the entire place. Mount Shumi was like an enormous life form, giving birth to a great Buddha. After endless years, it received the worship and kowtowing of all living beings. No one could have predicted that this kind of transformation would occur. That's the Amitabha Great Emperor. He actually reappeared. It really is the Buddhist Great Emperor. He's actually still alive. That kind of vitality, that kind of power, is clearly the peak of his golden years. Many people were alarmed. How was this possible? A great emperor who had long been proven to be a nirvanic reborn reappeared, and he was so powerful, standing at the peak of life. Everyone knew that once the path of immortal ascension was opened, many incomprehensible things would happen. However, no one could have imagined that someone who had already died in meditation would reappear. It was an incomparably enormous old monk, with the heavens above his head. He appeared on Mount Shumi, his face full of benevolence, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It was as if he had been sitting there since time immemorial. Don't tell me we have to walk that path? The longevity celestial being's eyebrows jumped, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The stone emperor laughed coldly. His hair was disheveled, and he held the black halberd in his hand. He still had a matchless aura as he stared coldly at the Western Desert. He didn't express any opinion. On Mount Shumi, the Buddhas were shaken. Even they didn't know what was going on. Only a few old monks knew. Everyone else was stupefied. Then, they all performed the Buddhist ritual and kowtowed piously. One of the supreme experts began to chant sutras. The world is a sea of bitterness. The Amitabha Buddha has made a great vow to deliver all living beings from suffering, to resolve all calamities, so that the light of Buddha will shine forever. If I achieve immortal ascension, then as long as the three evil paths of hell, hungry ghost, and beast exist in my celestial land, I will not take the position of immortal ascension. If I achieve immortal ascension, then as long as the various heavens and people in my celestial land experience the three evil paths after their lifespans end, I will not take the position of immortal ascension. If I achieve immortal ascension, then as long as the various heavens and people in my celestial land don't have a golden body, I will not take the position of immortal ascension. The old monk sitting cross-legged on Mount Shumi, who was also the Amitabha Buddha, continued to make great vow. His voice was incomparably grand, and it echoed out into the cosmos. At this moment, everywhere Amitabha Buddha passed by in the endless ancient regions, on the other side of the starry sky, at the edge of the cosmos, everywhere Amitabha Buddha passed by, everywhere there were Buddhas, all of them began to shine. Endless faith power gathered, covering the sky and covering the earth. A golden rain of light came from all corners of the cosmos, converging on the Big Dipper. It descended onto Mount Shumi, turning the entire place into a celestial land. It was incomparably auspicious and auspicious. This type of auspicious sign was rarely seen throughout the ages. In the Western Desert, countless Buddhas were kowtowing, piously worshipping Mount Shumi. Their entire bodies became clear, and their immortal platforms glowed with light. Countless beams of light rained down from the sky. During this period of time, the Buddhas of the Western Desert had already arrived at the foot of Mount Shumi through the teleportation gate, turning this place into a Buddhist land. Now, it had become a legendary celestial land. Amitabha Buddha, the great emperor, delivers all living things from suffering. He is willing to lead us to ascend to immortality, to help all Buddhas escape the sea of bitterness. Are you all willing to follow? Amitabha Buddha. Everyone began to chant the name of the great emperor, all of them in unison. They were all willing. This isn't Amitabha Buddha, it's born from the power of faith. However, it's almost the same as him. He used the Saraira from his nirvanic rebirth as an immortal platform, a Buddha heart. Incredible! That's right, back then when Amitabha Buddha accepted the worship of all living things, a god was born, forged from the power of faith. Who would have thought that he was still alive? With a rumbling sound, the entire Mount Shumi was uprooted. The old monk sitting on top transformed into a 6-zhang golden body, exuding a heaven-overflowing Buddhist might. He actually flew over with Mount Shumi and the great Thunderclap Temple, borrowing the power of all living things to forcefully open the path to immortality. At this moment, all the Buddhist faith force in the universe was supported. Through the void, through the endless starry regions, countless Buddhas were chanting Amitabha Buddha. The rain of light was endless, like divine rivers converging, reaching the Big Dipper, drowning out Mount Shumi. Gathering the faith force of all living things to open the path to immortality, this type of method was heaven-defying, powerful to the point of making people feel fear. Now that Amitabha Buddha was added, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Long. In the end, Mount Shumi shrunk, smashing into the immortal ascension cave. Everyone was chanting, shaking the entire path to immortality. Amitabha Buddha, how formidable! An ancient supreme being sighed in his heart. Boom! At this moment, within the ancient forbidden ground, that exceptionally beautiful white-clothed woman also took action. She took a step forward and then slapped into the immortal ascension cave. Chapter 1580. Even the lord of the ancient desolate forbidden land took action, slapping into the primal chaos cave with a single palm. Its divine might was matchless, making that place collapse greatly. Many people in outer space widened their eyes in shock, revealing looks of disbelief. They were all shaken. Quite a few saints thought that Huang was taking action against Shumi Mountain. However, the ancient supreme beings understood that this wasn't the case. She was attacking the path of immortality, but she didn't want to attack it, but rather forcibly break it apart. No matter how they looked at it, her actions were too unexpected, leaving everyone shocked and confused. Others were doing this for the sake of immortality, yet she didn't care at all. What is the meaning of this? Stone Emperor was furious. He revealed his true body, a tall and heroic middle-aged man. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, that matchless aura didn't diminish in the slightest. His eyes were sharp like lightning as he pointed the heaven-desolate halberd at Wasteland Lord. However, the white-clothed woman was even more powerful than him. When she saw him point the black halberd at her, she directly slapped down. It was simple and direct, tyrannical and powerful. The jade-like palm and the great halberd collided, releasing an expanse of resplendent radiance. Stone Emperor was shaken until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, because he was already seriously injured and almost died inside. Now that he was shaken, Emperor blood naturally scattered outwards. The entire world was shaken. Was someone at this level finally going to take action? A decisive battle was going to happen between them. Even though this emperor is old and injured, I refuse to believe that there is anyone in this world who can kill me. Stone Emperor roared. His head of thick black hair stood on end. His eyes were intimidating, radiance even more resplendent than lightning. He held the black heaven-desolate halberd, erupting with incomparable radiance. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. He took a step forward, about to carry out the most terrifying decisive battle. There are no mortal enemies on the path of immortality. It's best if the two of you stop fighting. The long-life celestial being advised. Right at this time, the primal chaos cave exploded, cutting off the grudges of the outside world. Something extremely terrifying happened inside. An intense explosion erupted. Amitabha! All life was chanting the name of the Buddhist great emperor, and it resounded through heaven and earth. It actually spread outwards, erupting with a rain of light. It was as if endless pure white feathers were fluttering about, dazzling and beautiful, giving off an auspicious aura. What? Immortal ascension? Great Emperor Amitabha is going to succeed. This scene triggered a huge commotion. Some of the quasi-emperor in outer space saw this and cried out in alarm. On the path of immortality, the ancient supreme beings were all shocked. At this moment, looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Was there really someone who was going to achieve immortality? It actually blossomed with such brilliance. Ascension, a rain of light filling the sky, wasn't this the scene? Immortal chi filled the air. This was a sign of a successful transformation. Throughout the ages, celestial being, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor had never been able to become an immortal. Could it be that Amitabha the great emperor was going to break the record and create a new era that had never been seen before? Perhaps it could be said that it was broken by all living beings of Buddhism. This wasn't just the power of Amitabha alone, but also the power of faith of all believers. They came from all corners of the universe, and when they were gathered together, they forged this vast Tao fruit. Boom! Inside the flying immortal cave, explosions sounded intensely. The immortal light became even more resplendent, and streaks of colorful radiance flew out, as if they were flying over from another world. Something's wrong, there's a change. An ancient supreme being said coldly, quickly moving to the side. At the same time, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. In the originally incredibly ruined primal chaos cave, rubble flew into the air. The #1 mountain of the Big Dipper, Mount Meru, split apart, collapsing and rushing out. The most terrifying thing happened inside. One could vaguely hear the mourning of all life. Bloody light shone endlessly, the result of life being wiped out one after another. Meanwhile, a large half of Great Thunderclap Temple collapsed. Great Thunderclap's bronze plaque cracked apart. One of its pieces flew out, smashing into the path of immortality, stopping in the primal chaos. Its surface was dripping with blood, the blood of all life as well as Amitabha's blood. It was a ghastly sight. They were defeated. The Buddhist sect also suffered a great defeat, unable to pass through. They weren't the right people either. That divine self formed from willpower, even though it was at its peak state. In the end, it still wasn't Amitabha the great emperor himself. This is a great disaster, an endless tragedy. All of Western Desert, the millions and millions of li of Buddhist country, all of the Buddhists have died. The willpower of all life in the universe's 8 wastelands has exploded. There were ancient people who spoke in a low voice. Even they were moved. This type of defeat was a bit too miserable. The casualties were too great, and it was tragic to the extreme. Amitabha, the broken pieces of Mount Meru rushed out together. There were vengeful spirits wailing on them. Millions and millions of creatures had died a violent death, completely destroyed. Those were the wills of their unwilling souls. In the blink of an eye, the wailing completely disappeared. They turned into a large rain of light, engraving themselves onto the path of immortality, continuing to construct it. This caused everyone's eyes to narrow and their hearts to jump. Could it be that the various scenes they saw on the path were all real? Could it be that they were formed from the bodies of those who perished in the past? Defeated. Even the Buddhist sect, relying on the power of all life, was defeated. Who else can fight their way in? Only by achieving the Tao in the present can one become an immortal. This left everyone in despair. This conclusion left them speechless and filled with great sorrow. There was no other way. There really was no one who could achieve immortality. Everyone's faith was shaken. Were there immortals? Could they live forever? How could they achieve that? This left everyone bewildered. This result didn't only erase the lives of the ancient supreme beings, it also erased the hope and dawn of hope of the people of this world. Mount Meru was split into pieces, dyed red with blood. Most of the great thunderclap temple at the peak had collapsed. All types of buildings on it were damaged. Void Temple and others were also in ruins, on the verge of destruction. Within the mountain, the endless power of faith seemed to have dried up. Not a single strand seeped out. The cracked Mount Meru carried the ruined temple into the sky, once again descending in western desert. From this day forth, all of Western Earth became deathly still. There was no more Buddhist country within millions and millions of li. There was no radiance, no chanting of scriptures, no auspicious aura. Western desert became a land of death. At this time, the Wasteland Lord was about to take action again. She wanted to shatter the path of immortality and flatten this place. At the same time, the giant at her side, the male whose entire body was covered in golden hair, also walked forward. He wanted to take action against the master of Immortal Tomb, the long-life celestial being. Wait, I know what you mean. You think that this era has failed and that no one can achieve immortality. You want to destroy this place. However, we are unwilling to give up. We still want to give it a try. The ancient Qilin emperor said. His injuries were extremely serious, and his entire body was covered in blood. Correct, we would rather die on the path of immortality. Another ancient supreme being said. Their endings were already set in stone, and they wanted to die in battle. I don't want to die. I don't want to give up on the path of immortality either. Stone Emperor said coldly. He held the great halberd and confronted them. Fine, I'll give you time. If you die on the path of immortality, then so be it. If you come back, then we'll settle all grudges with one battle. The tall man covered in golden hair said to the long-life celestial being. The white-clothed woman was momentarily at a loss, as if she had lost her soul. Then, she became cold again and no longer took action. It was clear that her state was very special. The ancient supreme beings were also suspicious, because they felt that this was only an unmatched body. Her primordial spirit appeared and disappeared at times. All of you have seen it. This is the path of immortality. Watch carefully. Our method, our Tao, our path. A human supreme being roared loudly. His voice spread to the outer realms. Then he resolutely jumped into the Immortal Ascension Cave to make his final effort and attempt. Kill! An ancient emperor leapt into the Immortal Ascension Cave again and began his final struggle. I am like a moth flying into a flame, listening to the funeral song on the path of immortality. I am unwilling, but I have no regrets. I will verify my Tao and step onto the path of immortality. I am still alive and I want to move forward. Someone roared sorrowfully. In this life, in this world, I have already walked through it. I have existed. Death is nothing. I will use my life that is about to be extinguished to verify the method of immortality. I will use my blood that is still warm to water the path of immortality. My Tao, my life, burn and blossom in the flames. The supreme beings howled sorrowfully. They had once controlled the entire primordial universe and were invincible. They looked down on the mortal world. There was nothing they couldn't do, and there was no enemy they couldn't suppress. But now it was going to end like this. Apart from the two who were blasted into blood and bones, the other ancient supreme beings all rushed in, wishing to carry out a final struggle. In the end, this place became primal chaos. There was blood that blossomed and a sad song that sounded. Not even the powerful supreme beings could change this conclusion. In this world, no one could achieve immortality. Everyone was defeated. In the end, they couldn't change the result of this world. They couldn't fight their way in. Endless ages became nothing. My path has reached its end. Since it is already like this, I will just return to this world. There were some supreme beings who were rather carefree. They were like lamps that ran out of oil, not having a trace of blood energy left. Their primordial spirits decayed, sitting on the ground, directly transforming into the Tao. A rain of light surged. Poof! There were some who didn't even have time to say anything, truly reaching the end of their lives. As soon as they left the primal chaos cave, they directly exploded, turning into blood and bones. Who else hasn't come out yet? There is also a long-life celestial being among them. These supreme beings were already on the verge of dying, all of them not having much life left. In reality, this was already the case the first time they entered. The second time they attempted the Immortal Pass, the consumption was even greater. Everyone's life was coming to an end, and 2 people had already passed away. The great human emperor is dead. That's definitely because the blood energy of the human emperor has dried up. It's just a sad end. In the outer realm, people lamented. It was such a pity that the eternal invincible had ended in such a regretful manner. The ancient Qilin emperor let out a low roar. Covered in blood, he soared into the sky and immediately disappeared into the universe. Everyone was so shocked that they trembled, feeling as if a catastrophe was imminent. However, the ancient emperor's figure did not stop and ignored them. In an instant, he streaked across tens of thousands of galaxies and arrived at the other side of the universe, descending on a huge ancient planet with life. His body staggered and stumbled. When had the ancient emperor, who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, ever experienced such a miserable scene? He had been strong and invincible all his life, but in the end he was so miserable and sorrowful. At this moment, only a string of bloody footprints were left behind on the feet that could once crush the primordial universe. He walked with imperial blood, and his body was shaking violently. "Father!" Wang Lin appeared and screamed mournfully. She quickly rushed over and pounced on the ancient Qilin emperor, who was covered in blood. "Be careful, I can't control my murderous aura anymore. This blood might hurt you." The ancient Qilin emperor's palms, which could pluck stars and capture the moon, and crush billions of galaxies, were already trembling and unstable. He wiped away the imperial blood for his daughter, his eyes full of love. Wang Lin burst into tears. Her father used to rule the heavens and earth, overlooking the universe. He was such a strong and invincible person. But now he was in such a state. Blood flowed all over his body and he was swaying. He had suffered unimaginable injuries, and his life was coming to an end. Such a powerful person was now in such a miserable state, which made her heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. She hugged the ancient Qilin emperor and cried loudly, "Father, don't leave me. You have to live, you have to live." This man's figure was once so majestic, unattainable, and unparalleled. All the heroes of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had to look up to him, and even the gods had to kneel down and worship him. However, he was a little hunched now, and his hands were trembling. He could not support his body and was swaying as if he would fall at any time. He tried hard to wipe away his daughter's tears, but to no avail. He was no longer the supreme ancient emperor of the past. At this moment, he was just an old father who could not bear to part with his child. His eyes were no longer domineering, but very dim and full of reluctance. He could not let go of his daughter, and he rubbed her face with his rough palm. Chapter 1581. "Brother, where are you? Come back and see father, he's back. Hualina cried loudly as tears rolled down her cheeks continuously. She hugged the old Qilin emperor. The ancient emperor was on the verge of death. The previous ancient emperor of a generation, the most powerful and unmatched, had this type of gloomy declining years, powerless to reverse the heavens, aging to the point where he almost couldn't control his own body anymore. He's living well at the edge of the universe, the Qilin emperor said softly with a gentle expression on his face. The Qilin emperor spoke softly, his face carrying a gentle expression. Compared to the unmatched dignity of the past, it was extremely different. Right now, he was just like a kind father. However, he was coughing up blood from time to time. The bright red blood beads were extremely shocking. He was trying his best to restrain himself from hurting his daughter. Although he had deteriorated, his corpse alone could crush everything. Father, I beg you, you must survive. I don't want to be separated from you. Hualina cried until her voice was hoarse. Her eyes were red. She had never been so afraid before. She was like a pitiful and helpless little girl walking alone on the street in the cold night. I want to survive too. I can't bear to leave you guys, but one will eventually run out of strength and die. Longevity is difficult. The ancient Qilin emperor sighed and coughed up a large mouthful of scarlet blood. There will always be a way. We can definitely survive. Father has survived from the primordial era to this day. You can definitely continue to live forever. Hualina cried loudly. Silly child, I paid the heaviest price to do that. I had to sever the ancient emperor's position. What else can I do now? My spirit has already decayed, the ancient Qilin emperor said softly. Then, his eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Everything I've seen and heard on the path of immortal ascension is shocking. It can help future generations reach immortal ascension. However, I cannot leave it to you. Doing so will only harm you. At this point he looked up at the starry sky. Then, his frontal bone shone brightly, and some spiritual insights and imprints were all shot into the universe, turning into a brilliant rain of light. My immortal ascension path, my immortal ascension method, and what I, the Qilin Emperor, have seen and comprehended on that path are all contained in it. I won't hand it over to my daughter or my son. I'll leave it for the fated one. The Qilin Emperor's roar shook the entire cosmos, causing the entire human world to shake. This was the primordial emperor, supreme and boundlessly terrifying. Leaving this kind of thing for his descendants, he was afraid of harming them. There were still unparalleled existences in this world that could reach here. He directly entered the universe, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, letting people search the void of the universe. Father! When Lin saw that his father was still worried about him and his sister, even though he was in such a state, he felt even more heartbroken. Spots of light began to appear on the ancient emperor's body. This was a sign that he was about to transform into the Tao. He could not hold on any longer. On the path of immortalization, these signs were already very obvious. However, he had forcefully suppressed them. Now, he had finally reached the end. The ancient Qilin emperor looked at his daughter reluctantly, as if he wanted to remember her in his heart. He then slowly and forcefully pushed Hualina away, wanting to go on his own. At this moment, Hualina knew that there was no turning back. Her father, who could make all gods submit to him, who could enter the undying mountain, who could pick the enlightenment tea every day for her to drink, was about to leave this world. The most powerful man, the most loving father, was about to die, and he was about to say goodbye to her forever. Father! Hualina stretched out her hand to grab him, but she could not grasp anything. She cried loudly, I hope that there is an afterlife, and I will be your daughter forever. Father, don't forget me, your daughter forever. Tears blurred her eyes, and her heart was extremely sorrowful. They had been separated by life and death in the primordial era, and now they had encountered each other again. This time, it was really an eternal farewell, and it was difficult for her to bear. In the sky, the Qilin Emperor was transforming into the Tao, turning into a rain of light. However, it was all controlled by him. The immortal light rushed towards the outer realm, and did not disturb this place in the slightest. All the blood was also burned, and not a single drop was left. Clang. At the last moment, he even cut off some kind of Tao law that would suppress his daughter, so that those immortal chains would collapse and not become shackles. After giving it one last look, the old ancient emperor released a long roar that shook the heavens. He turned into the most resplendent rain of light and disappeared into the desolate edge of the cosmos. Wang Lin cried until she fainted. She powerlessly grabbed towards the void and cried out loudly. She clearly saw the sadness in her powerful father's eyes. That was an expression that she had never seen before, and it was full of reluctance. However, in the end, he still left her. Ancient Emperor. Unmatched ancestral emperor. On this ancient star, the Qilin race were all alarmed. Everyone rushed over and cried out in grief. They knelt on the ground to send off the rain of light that left into the distance. In the desolate edge of the cosmos, this was an extremely cold and bitter place. On a meteorite, there was a man with his upper body bare. His muscles were all lean, and his eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged to comprehend his own Tao. He had a head of long blue hair. Even though he looked young, there was a type of vicissitudes to him. It was as if he had experienced many hardships and ended up here as an ascetic. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and shot out two beams of horrified light. Then he clutched his chest as if he was about to suffocate. He said with a trembling voice, "Who is it? Is it younger sister? No, who exactly is it? One of the people closest to me has died." His eyes suddenly widened, and then he stood up. His entire body erupted with resplendent light as he looked towards the Big Dipper star domain. He trembled as he said, "Could it be, Father?" He was precisely the Fire Qilin. After the battle with Daoist, he had disappeared for many years and had always been wandering in the desolate edge of the cosmos. He fought against all kinds of strange creatures and underwent hellish bitter cultivation. Back then, after he revived from the divine source, he had always been lingering outside the absolute beginning forbidden region because he had always suspected that his father hadn't died. His intuition was terrifyingly sharp. At this moment, he was afraid and couldn't help but roar in grief. He wanted nothing more than to immediately return to the Big Dipper star domain. A dazzling rain of light covered the sky and blossomed not far away. An imposing figure condensed, and it was precisely the appearance of the Qilin Emperor when he was at his peak. He looked at him with dignity. "Father!" The Fire Qilin shouted. Tears rolled down his face and blurred his vision. He knew that his father had died. This was the last inextinguishable mark, and he rushed here to see him for the last time. "You are the child of the ancient emperor. You should not have tears. You can only bleed. You must have the belief that you are invincible and believe that you are stronger than me." The Qilin Emperor's attitude towards his children was completely different. Daughters were to be doted on, and sons were the continuation of his will. They were strict, and he had entrusted his hopes to them so that they could fulfill his unrealized dream. "You must believe that you are the strongest, because you are the son of the Qilin Emperor. You are his hope, and you must surpass him," the ancient Qilin Emperor shouted. In the end, he sighed again, and a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. "You have already done very well, Father." The Fire Qilin roared and pounced forward as if he had gone mad. However, the rain of light directly tore through the void and buried him in the boundless cosmos. He quickly dimmed because he didn't want his son to be injured by the imperial laws. An ancient emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. On the path of immortalization, the Stone Emperor sneered and coldly scanned the world. "I am unwilling. My life is very tough, and it is not time for me to die in this life." Not including the great Emperor Amitabha's divine self, a total of 11 supreme martial artists had stepped on the path of immortalization. Now, 5 of them had already fallen. They were the great emperors and supreme martial artists who had said that they would leave behind the path of immortalization for future generations, and used their lives and hot blood to verify it. Before they died, they had already imprinted their enlightenment on the path of immortalization into the cosmos and left it for future generations. Now, the remaining people were almost all the biggest initiators of the dark turmoil. They had once bathed the various regions in blood, or the mysterious ancient celestial being from the mythological era. Longevity celestial being, could it be that you have fallen in the flying celestial cave? The giant from the forbidden land of the antiquity era shouted. His hair shone with a dazzling golden light, and it was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone was very surprised. What was his background? The only one who survived is a great accomplishment Saint Physique. An ancient supreme martial artist murmured. Even though the fire of his life had dimmed, he was still persevering. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings. What? When the people from the outer realms heard his voice, there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shocked. That majestic man with golden hair draped over his body was actually a great accomplishment Saint Physique. It was just too shocking. Now, the truth had come to light. The forbidden land of the antiquity era's earliest master was a great accomplishment Saint Physique that entered that place. The immortal mausoleum's master, apart from the longevity celestial being, was also once the master of the underworld, even though the time was short. Moreover, he had previously launched the dark turmoil, and there was a grudge between him and the great accomplishment Saint Physique. An ancient supreme martial artist said to himself, revealing the secrets within. This really left everyone shocked. The immortal mausoleum's background was just too great, too shocking. As the mythological era's longevity celestial being, that was one thing, but he was actually once the master of the underworld. This left everyone stupefied. Many people were speechless. It was too extraordinary, exceeding everyone's imaginations. Rumor has it that a Saint Physique would experience an inauspicious event in his later years, producing terrifying corpse hair. This is actually true. However, this great accomplishment Saint Physique seems to have restrained himself, maintaining the clarity of his divine consciousness. Apart from the longevity celestial being, the other 5 supreme martial artists that were still alive were all standing on the path of immortality. There were no signs of transforming into the Tao, and they were all bitterly holding on, unwilling to die. But I feel like the greatest changes of all time still haven't ended, these supreme martial artists. An old great sage said in horror, and then he suddenly shut his mouth. Go, leave this place. A quasi-emperor felt his blood run cold. He immediately tore apart the cosmos, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all of the cultivators moved together. The indescribable feeling from before appeared again. They just felt like this world was going to change greatly, and this place in particular made their blood run cold. In outer space, an ancient cauldron was approaching, flying over from the distant depths of the cosmos. It was covered in rust, covered in green copper rust. In reality, it already almost didn't have the shape of a cauldron. It was pieced together from fragments, and most of it was missing. There were holes everywhere. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was the green copper cauldron left behind by an emperor, yet it actually had a third of it, the same amount as what he grasped. Immortal Tomb Master, longevity celestial being, your doomsday has arrived. In the eyes of the celestial court, you are an unforgivable sinner. A roar sounded, shaking heaven and earth. The green copper cauldron released resplendent light, flickering with dazzling radiance. It directly tore apart the void, completely reviving, smashing into the path of immortality and entering the primal chaos cave. They didn't come for immortality, but rather to break the path of immortality and kill the immortal Tomb Master, the longevity celestial being. A group of people who claim to be gods, a clan left behind by the celestial court. Someone said in a low voice. No one would have thought that deity's organization actually grasped a third of the green copper cauldron. Now, they didn't hesitate to pay the price to break the path of immortality and kill the immortal Tomb Master. This was too shocking. That damaged immortal artifact was burning, a sign that it was going to explode. It was too horrifying. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to kill the longevity celestial being. Just how great of a grudge was this? If it wasn't for you, how could the celestial court collapse? Even an emperor would most likely succeed. Sinner of all time, don't even think about struggling at death's door. Just end your life here. One could well imagine how many tens of thousands of years they had waited for this opportunity. Chapter 1582. The Venerable Emperor's Immortal Artifact. The green copper cauldron appeared, smashing into the primal chaos cave. No one expected this type of shocking scene to appear. Even though ancient heaven had collapsed, there were still native clans, and this organization was incomparably powerful, daring to kill the long-life celestial being. Today, a series of events happened, every single one of them shocking, leaving everyone stupefied, speechless. The Immortal Ascension cave split apart, completely exploding. The immortal path was truly cut off, because the immortal artifact, the green copper cauldron, already broke apart, burning and exploding here. This was a type of shocking change. No one expected someone to even dare kill ancient supreme beings. This exceeded the understanding of the people of this world, just too shocking. From past until now, who dared to do this? Only if it was an ancient great emperor revived, at his peak state would they have this type of courage, daring to attack a life-restricted region. It was clear that the celestial court's people grasped this opportunity extremely accurately. The long-life celestial being was extremely weak, about to perish, and its body was in the most terrifying primal chaos cave. To make an immortal artifact break apart, that type of power was unimaginable. Nothing existed here anymore, everything blasted into pieces. The ancient supreme beings didn't stand there either, because this era was about to end. The immortal path no longer held any meaning. First, the 11 supreme beings took action, then Great Emperor Wuxia threw out the undying Daoist to fill up the flying immortal cave, and then the eternal Mount Meru exploded. This path was originally already going to be destroyed. At this moment, it couldn't hold on anymore, turning into pieces, no longer existing. All types of immortal light danced about, a rain of light like boundless stars, flying in all directions. Most of the people from outer space immediately ran. At this cultivation realm, they could all cross the cosmos, not a single one of them abandoned it. They all felt that something was wrong, regardless of whether it was the sect ancestors or ancient sages. Most of them had disappeared. Only those whose lifespans had reached the end of their lifespans, those who already didn't have long to live, stayed behind. They really couldn't accept this. Even if they left now, they would still die along the way. The green copper cauldron broke apart. It was formed from fragments to begin with, so now, it split apart again, exploding in all directions, the power extremely great. If not for the supreme being standing here, forget about Big Dipper, even the surrounding star domain would be crushed. Despite this being the case, all types of radiance danced about, rushing in all directions, some landing in the hands of ancient supreme beings, some directly disappearing into the dark depths of the cosmos. Piece after piece of old copper was scattered just like that. The celestial court has already collapsed. No matter how difficult it is to complete this artifact, it's useless to keep it. It's better to let it send you on your way. In the cold universe, there was a voice filled with coldness. It was an unforgettable hatred. In order to kill the former master of the underworld and destroy the longevity celestial being, they would not hesitate to disintegrate the green copper cauldron. Their hatred was deeper than the sea. Rumble. A massive wave of energy fluctuations surged forward. It was an extremely terrifying sight, and the longevity celestial being's entire body was stained with blood. It was in tatters, and it was on the verge of losing its humanoid shape. It had nearly been destroyed in both body and soul. This was but an ancient supreme being, yet he actually suffered such a serious injury. It was simply unimaginable. However, he still didn't die and stubbornly survived. It was truly shocking. As expected of the creator of the secret character, the celestial being, it wasn't without reason that he could live through such a long period of time. His blood energy was already not flourishing, but it was still burning to restore his body and treat his Dao injuries. With a light tremble, the sun star was extinguished. Waves of innate essence energy rushed over, entering the longevity celestial being's body to treat his injuries. The remaining people in outer space were shaken. From now on, Big Dipper would never see the light of day again. The green copper cauldron was known as an immortal artifact. Even though only a third of it remained, it was still terrifying to the extreme. The power of its complete explosion was unimaginable. No matter how many quasi-emperors came, they would undoubtedly die. However, the supreme being from the legendary era forcefully endured it. Even in the flying immortal cave, even though he was already on the verge of collapse, he was still this terrifying. He displayed to the world what a supreme being was. Boom! The longevity celestial being repaired his injured body, reassembling the torso that was about to break. He took a step out of the primal chaos zone, and his eyes were so cold that they could directly freeze the universe. His eyes shot out cold light. Even though he didn't have much lifespan left, he was still unrivaled and powerful. He was about to head towards the outer realm to kill the remnants of the celestial court. A wave of overflowing golden blood energy rushed up and stopped the longevity celestial being. The great completion holy physique walked forward and said coldly, "I don't have much time left. You've also reached this step, so this battle won't be considered bullying you." Throughout the ages, battles between supreme beings were too rare. They only happened during the Dark Age, and the ones that were exposed to the eyes of the world were even fewer. But now, there was going to be a battle. Boom! The white-clothed woman made her move, shattering the primal chaos with a single slap and completely burying the path to immortality. She stood there alone, allowing the mist to drift about. She looked exceptionally otherworldly. In the next moment, the ancient supreme beings all left this place and rushed out of the terrifying primal chaos storm. It was because everything here had come to an end. The Wasteland Lord was no exception. His sleeves fluttered about, and he was like a flying immortal as he rose into the southern region's sky dome. Ding! The Wuxia bell rang, its sound long and drawn out, resounding throughout the cosmos. It went against the natural order and actually suppressed everything. It entered the great crack of the path to immortality alone and filled it in. What is it trying to do? Is it going to eternally suppress the path to immortality? In the outer realm, the people who were left behind cried out in alarm, full of confusion. Even the few supreme beings who survived were stunned. Then, their eyes became unfathomable. Mist curled up around their bodies, covering their torsos. Their expressions couldn't be seen. Northern region. Purple Mountain. The Wuxia scripture. The people in Outer Realm reacted quickly, directly rushing towards the eastern wastelands. They wanted to head towards the northern region's ancient Emperor Mountain. There were too many secrets there, and everyone wanted to obtain them. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A streak of resplendent immortal light erupted. An enormous stone scripture tore apart the cosmos, bringing a sparkling skull with it as it tore through the heavens. Apart from this, there was also a brilliant immortal phoenix. Its plume feathers were bright and beautiful, shockingly beautiful. It spread its wings and flew high into the air, disappearing together with the scripture, entering the desolate borders of the cosmos. There were supreme beings who wanted to take action. The Wuxia bell rumbled, releasing a tremendous wave, immediately stopping them, preventing them from doing anything. The other supreme being's eyes shone resplendently. Unfortunately, it was still too late. That stone scripture possessed chaotic energy, swirling with mist, able to cut off everything, impossible to calculate. There was even more so a type of great emperor fluctuation. It completely disappeared with that immortal phoenix. Heavens, that's the Wuxia scripture. It flew away just like that. There were people in outer space who sighed in admiration, full of regret. That type of scripture had shaken the past and present, but no one had ever seen it before. Today's opportunity was hard to come by, yet they still couldn't obtain it. The Purple Mountain was in pieces. After towering for endless years, it was finally ruined. The mountain collapsed and the earth split apart. That place was extremely bleak. That immortal phoenix should be the divine phoenix undying medicine. Correct? That is definitely the undying immortal medicine that previously accompanied Great Emperor Wuxia. It also flew away with the stone scripture. This left everyone feeling even more regretful. At the same time, everyone knew why there were some ancient supreme beings who were moved. Even though the undying medicine decreased sharply after being used once, difficult for it to be of great use, it should still have a certain amount of use for those whose lives were about to dry up. Dang! The Wuxia bell suppressed downwards, landing on the immortal ascension path. As those great dark cracks closed, accompanied by a long and drawn-out bell sound, it completely disappeared within. This meant that from now on, the world would never see the Wuxia bell again. The final scene was something everyone saw. The Wuxia bell blocked up the primal chaos cave, disappearing together with the immortal ascension path, never to appear again. It ended just like that. Everyone released a sorrowful sigh. The Emperor Burial Star. What is the Emperor Burial Star? Today, we have obtained the most comprehensive explanation. The legendary era's celestial being, the primordial emperor, and the Holy Spirit divine fetus were all buried here. The 7 great life forbidden zones were 7 great tombs. The Emperor Burial Star was worthy of its name, and today's ending was also befitting of its name. Chung. The Great Completion Divine Physique versus the Longevity Celestial Being. No matter how one looked at it, this was world-shocking. He used his matchless fist to clash against the Longevity Sword. The brilliance that was released made the universe tremble. Why are you still not leaving? Do you want to become someone else's food? The Great Completion Divine Physique shouted, shaking the outer realm until the void collapsed. This was a warning that terrified the people outside the heavens. They all felt a chill from head to toe, feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Without saying a single word, everyone fled for their lives. The formation platform shone, and the realm gates opened. All kinds of formations came to life. Everyone crossed the star domain and began to flee. In just a short period of time, there weren't many people left in the outer realm. Almost all the cultivators had fled. Only the old and weak, as well as those whose lives were about to be extinguished, were unwilling to leave. They wanted to be buried here. The Great Completion Divine Physique and the Longevity Celestial Being confronted each other. A world-shaking supreme battle was about to erupt. The scene of the universe being destroyed and created appeared in their eyes. It was terrifying and astonishing. Not long ago, the outer realm was filled with heroes, but in the blink of an eye, it was already desolate. Only the lethargic old cultivators were left. The Stone Emperor was covered in blood. He wore black armor and was tall and majestic. He was like a black mountain towering there, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. He held the heavenly desolate halberd and coldly said to himself, "It's useless. What's the difference between a moment earlier and a moment later? It's useless even if we flee to the desolate edge of the universe. This is a grand banquet. An ancient supreme being has appeared, and everything will be rewritten. This is what people call a dark age, and this will be the greatest in history. I don't want to die yet. I'll borrow your life essence to slow down the expansion of the cracks on my immortal platform." Apart from the Longevity Celestial Being, who was confronting the Great Completion Divine Physique, the other 5 supreme beings all had cold expressions. They were like a demonic wall, suppressing the ancient universe to the point where it was about to collapse. These cold voices traveled in all directions and shook the outer realm. Everyone's soul trembled, and they felt a chill run down their spine. Even their bones were filled with an eerie coldness. It was too terrifying. The remaining ancient supreme beings were about to launch the most terrifying dark upheaval in history. The end of the road of immortalization wasn't the end of the storm. Instead, it was the beginning of the most terrifying change. The most terrifying disaster in history was about to unfold. Everyone knew that the terrifying premonition from before wasn't without reason. The greatest change was actually not the road of immortalization, but the dark upheaval that was about to descend. The saints had fled, but was there any use in that? For a supreme being, they could cross to the desolate edge of the universe with just a few steps. They couldn't avoid this world no matter where they went, as long as they were still alive. Boom! A supreme being stepped forward. This time, he wasn't as restrained as he was on the road of immortalization. A supreme aura covered the sky and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the stars were trembling. And at this moment, the Big Dipper star domain directly collapsed. The Emperor Burial Star was split into pieces. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 1583. With just one stomp, a tall Saiyan figure stepped out and directly split the Big Dipper star field into pieces. This shocked the human world. What was a supreme being? This was the embodiment of their terrifying strength. Now, the Emperor Burial Star was meaningless to them. With one stomp, they could destroy the star field. In the distance, it was unknown how many stars exploded. It was like a gorgeous rain of fireworks. It was extremely beautiful, but it was also too terrifying. It had reached the extreme. However, the price to pay for this kind of brilliance was too great. Soon, this star field directly dimmed, and the cracked Emperor Burial Star was filled with mournful cries. Hee hee. A cold laugh could be heard, without a trace of emotion. It was unknown how many billions of creatures had died, but he didn't care about them at all. He viewed all living things as ants. Regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, they weren't even comparable to bugs in his eyes. With one stomp, they would all be crushed into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, that type of indifferent smile, that expression of not taking it to heart, even more so made one shiver. This was a supreme being who was previously one of the greatest instigators of the darkness chaos, his hands covered in blood. It was unknown just how many creatures he had killed in the past, a number that needed to be measured in the hundreds of millions. He was the master of samsara, a supreme existence from one of the 7 great life forbidden zones, the Sea of Samsara. He wore the feather azure battle armor, and it flickered with the coldest light. The path he had walked was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, piled up by the bones of billions of creatures. His heart was as cold as a cold blade, harder than iron and stone. He wouldn't even blink when he killed millions of creatures. The great completion Saint Physique roared, "Bastard, you also walked step by step from a weak age to become a supreme being. You treat them like grass, but one day, there will be people who will treat you like meat on a chopping board. You should fight against the longevity celestial being." The master of Samsara's expression was indifferent. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Strands of life essence flew over from the shattered ancient star, turning into a flood that entered his mouth. This was too terrifying. Over 100 million creatures had all died. The Emperor Burial Star was now completely split apart. The Central Plains, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Southern Mountains, and Eastern Wastelands were separated from each other, floating in the universe. Countless living beings wailed. If one looked carefully, they would see that the great earth was covered in corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Too many people died. Just a single step from a supreme being was enough to wipe out the world. Almost all the ancient formations of the great emperor had been taken away by the various sects when they migrated. Formation platforms were transported away one by one. The remaining formations had also been destroyed in the chaos after the road of immortalization opened. This vast planet had lost its protection. It was too miserable. On the ground, there were many white-haired faces, stooped bodies, crawling in pools of blood, struggling to reach their children, crying and shouting, shaking. Unfortunately, those young corpses would never come back to life. "Boo, my child. My child, open your eyes and wake up." The entire land had become a hell. Many of the young, strong, and full of life essence were lying in pools of blood. A wisp of the most basic essence in their bodies flew out. The mother lying in a pool of blood had long lost her life. The baby beside her was trying hard to find warmth. Then he cried loudly until he fainted. With tears on his face, he curled up in his mother's embrace, stained with blood. This was hell on earth. It was too tragic. Ugh. The great success divine physique shouted angrily. He abandoned the longevity celestial being. Before he could truly fight with him, he was going to turn and pounce on the master of samsara. "Can you stop 5 or 6 of us supreme beings by yourself? Will the master of the immortal mausoleum let an enemy like you go?" The master of samsara was cold and calm. He had killed so many people, but he was still so calm. The azure golden immortal robe on his body began to shine. It was dazzling and intimidating. Phew! The longevity celestial being took a deep breath. On the Big Dipper ancient land of life, a wisp of white mist flew out of the bodies of the tens of millions of living beings lying in pools of blood. It rushed over and entered his mouth. After suffering for so long, I don't want to die. How can I be satisfied until I see the immortal? The longevity celestial being said calmly. It did not care about what was happening in front of it. Good. You are the celestial being of this generation. Since you are like this, I will kill you first. The great success divine physique was so angry that he laughed. The golden hair on his body shone brightly. Although an inauspicious event had happened and his body had been destroyed, he still had a lofty aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. It made people feel a sense of grandeur. He raised his fist and attacked. His entire body erupted with the most terrifying blood chi. He took the longevity sword head-on and fought a great battle with the celestial being from the mythological era. This is why your lifespan is almost up, but I can live forever. You don't know how to be flexible, the master of the immortal mausoleum said coldly. Don't you feel ashamed to live forever like this? The great success divine physique roared and soared into the sky with the longevity celestial being. They left the Big Dipper and entered the vast sea of stars. With a rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In this lifeless galaxy, he fought to his heart's content. He developed a supreme technique and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist from the start. This was an unparalleled divine technique. It was most suitable for the divine physique to use. His blood chi was as vigorous as the ocean. Coupled with his unparalleled physical body, he could really use it to the extreme. It was unknown how many stars exploded and turned into powder under this unparalleled fist. However, the longevity celestial being was also terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. It was able to live from the mythological era until now. It did not only rely on the secret character, but also because it was very profound. It had achieved the Tao during the mythological era. Clang. The sword cut through eternity like a flying immortal. It was too dazzling. The longevity sword was so sharp and dazzling that people could not open their eyes. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the sky, galaxies collapsed one after another. Large areas of the galaxy were extinguished and turned into flying ashes under the longevity sword. The fist and the sword collided. It was a collision between the laws and the great path. It was a battle of wills and an unrivaled belief. A battle between supremes was terrifying to the extreme. It was not just a battle of the physical body and the primordial spirit. There were also all kinds of life experiences and comprehensions. All of them burst forth and shook the entire universe. Clang. There was a loud sound. The most dazzling light burst forth from the fist and the immortal sword. It spread in all directions and engulfed the sky. Many galaxies were destroyed, and countless large planets were shattered into pieces and turned into powder. This was an uninhabited starfield, but such powerful fluctuations still shocked the entire cosmos. The great Tao that could suppress the entire world could naturally be sensed by the most powerful cultivators in the ancient supreme battle. Is this a real battle between emperors? It's too terrifying. How many times has it happened since ancient times? I didn't expect it to appear again in this era. The whole world was shocked. The great completion Saint Physique was fighting against the master of the immortal mausoleum. The effects were too great. The universe was shaking. A streak of bloody light appeared on the matchless fist. Blood sprayed out for 3,000 li, revealing white bones. The longevity sword cut a terrifying wound on the fist. The immortal sword itself wailed and became much dimmer. It was sent flying high into the air. The master of the immortal mausoleum coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. You are celestial being in vain. I couldn't kill you in the past, but today, I will take your life. The great completion Saint Physique roared angrily. Blood energy rushed into the sky. His golden hair danced in the wind. His fist shone and the wound quickly healed. That was an injury from an emperor weapon, but it was healed immediately. It was too shocking. The physique of the Saint Physique could be seen. Young man, you are still a bit lacking. Although you are known to be able to challenge the great emperor, you still haven't reached the Tao. It's not that I can't kill you. Take care. The longevity celestial being said coldly. Someone who severed his own blade and relied on the lives of millions to prolong his existence is not worthy of calling me the great emperor. Today I will kill you. The great completion Saint Physique was incomparably unyielding. His aura swallowed the starry river and possessed an unrivaled spirit. The two of them attacked again, starting the most terrifying great battle. The Big Dipper was dark and incomparably desolate. 5 continents floated in the air. The ancient land of life was now in a terrible state. Blood dyed this ancient land red. There were just too many creatures who died, going against the general trend. Does a great completion Saint Physique think he can stop 6 supreme beings? He can only die. The Samsara Master said coldly with a cruel expression on his face. Although they were separated by millions and millions of li, he seemed to be able to see the great battle in the depths of the universe. The other 4 supreme beings also took action. After absorbing the source of life, the ancient star that had been split into several continents died even more. The mournful song shocked the world. In the end, several continents shattered again. Only a few important places remained, such as the 7 great life-forbidden regions. These were their habitats. Apart from this, although the western desert's Mount Meru was dim, there was still a Buddhist temple standing tall. It had not truly collapsed, and an indescribable aura was also preserved. The remaining places, such as the extremely mysterious fire domain and some ancestral lands related to the emperor and emperor, were also left behind. They were not massacred. In this era, history's largest dark upheaval will erupt. The ancient supreme beings will come into the world together to eat. Who can stop them? The Samsara Master's thick hair scattered down. His terrifying body seemed to be able to crush the heavens and 10,000 worlds. At this moment, the azure battle clothes on his body were incomparably resplendent and terrifying. Suddenly, the void trembled. The white-clothed woman who had been in a state of absent-mindedness all this time seemed to have woken up. She seemed to have sensed something and directly slapped forward, shattering the ancient skies. The Samsara Master was alarmed. The void directly collapsed. A sparkling white palm shattered the laws of the great Tao, becoming one and pressing towards him. It was even more horrifying than the collapse of the universe. He had never thought that the Wasteland Master, who had been silent all this time, would actually take action. She wanted to directly hack him apart. This was too powerful and came without any warning. The Samsara Master accepted the challenge. At this level, he naturally had no fear. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the Tao and reached this height. Pa! This palm shook the heavens and shook the earth, shattering the countless stars in the surrounding star field, turning them into cosmic dust. If the white-robed desolate lord had not covered it with his other hand, there would have been nothing left of the Emperor Burial Star. Pooh! The Samsara Master spat out a large mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. His body was almost sent flying. His expression suddenly changed and he was incomparably furious. His head of thick hair was stained with his own blood. His right palm was protected by the immortal armor forged from feather azure gold, but there were 5 finger marks on that area of the armor, almost shattering the palm and fingers of the azure gold armor. The Samsara Master was furious, but before he could say anything, the beautiful white-clothed woman in front of him directly slapped down again. She wanted to hack him apart. He rapidly increased his battle strength. His entire body shone, illuminating the entire galaxy. This kind of aura shocked the countless creatures in the ancient universe. Chapter 1584. The battle clothes on Samsara Master's body shone. Feather azure gold was an extremely rare type of immortal material. At this moment, it was resplendent and dazzling. Large amounts of divine feathers flew out, as if they were the beautiful feathers of a phoenix. They were brilliant and dazzling. His armor released Kangxiang sounds. The battle clothes forged from feather azure gold possessed a type of supreme life force. Now that it had completely revived, its brilliance illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only in the hands of a true great emperor-level figure would this type of weapon display its greatest power, allowing a supreme being's fighting strength to increase to a terrifying degree. As an ancient ego, how could Samsara Master let the matter rest after being struck by a palm? He naturally had to retaliate powerfully. They were the supreme, unmatched sovereigns, the true rulers of the endless blue heavens. From ancient times until now, no one could anger or provoke them. When supreme beings encountered supreme beings, there would definitely be a huge problem. They were both existences at this level, so who was truly unmatched? If they didn't get along, then there would inevitably be a battle of life and death. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Samsara Master displayed his matchless divine might. 10,000 divine chains appeared in front of him, every single one of them moving the heavens, turning into brilliant shackles. They were going to lock down Wasteland Master and suppress him. Pa! That sparkling white jade palm directly imprinted down, colliding with the many phoenix feather-like resplendent chains. It was incomparably dazzling, shaking up all directions in the cosmos. It was shocking to the extreme. This was a collision between supreme beings, something rarely seen throughout the ages. If not for the Great Era's arrival, how could this world see it? No one could witness it at all. An intense great explosion erupted. The cosmos seemed to have been destroyed, returning to its original point. The northern Dipper star domain no longer existed, directly flattened and turned into powder. Countless stars exploded, turning into a beautiful rain of light that flew in all directions. This was a great destruction under the flourishing fireworks. If a supreme being didn't care about anything else, the heavens would collapse and the earth would cave in. The entire universe would be destroyed, leaving nothing behind. If it wasn't for Wasteland Master's other hand covering the area below, protecting the ancient land of life that was in pieces, this place would have definitely been wiped out, leaving nothing behind. This was the law and path of a supreme being. This time, the Master of Samsara was well prepared and not as rushed as the first time. However, thousands of his dazzling divine chains of order still broke. That sparkling white palm was unstoppable. It was difficult to defend against, and even someone as powerful as a supreme being was almost injured. The Master of Samsara's expression changed. His body shone again, becoming even more resplendent. His armor was submerged by the chaotic energy. He shouted loudly, fighting again. Although the white-robed woman appeared to be a peerless beauty and otherworldly, she truly possessed a mighty strength that could shake the heavens and the earth and make ghosts and gods weep. With a single step, she seemed to have traversed thousands of years, causing time to distort as she appeared before the white-robed woman in an instant. Her attack was simple and direct. She wanted to kill the Master of Samsara with a single palm strike. This kind of power made the other Supreme's expressions change. Buzz! The Master of Samsara's eyes emitted a demonic radiance, and his forehead was sparkling and resplendent. Tens of thousands of immortal light beams shot out, forming terrifying runes that turned into an immortal blade that slashed towards the space between the Desolate Lord's eyebrows. 2a. The Desolate Lord's immortal foundation dimmed. Her primordial spirit was very strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and there were even times when it neared nothingness. However, her body contained supreme Tao laws and could even contain a great universe, as well as a strange divine sense. She opened her mouth and a Tao diagram manifested, directly sealing the sky and blocking that immortal blade. At the same time, her sparkling white palm pressed down once more, aiming for the Master of Samsara's face at a close distance. Rumble! This was a confrontation between laws and Daoists, as well as a competition of one's comprehension and experience. There were simply too many aspects to a confrontation between paragons, and every aspect would determine victory or defeat. However, the Desolate Lord's physique was exceptionally powerful. This time around, it wasn't a casual strike like in the past. Instead, it caused the heavenly Tao to rumble, causing all the great Daoists in the myriad worlds to submit. This was a type of true Tao where one was supremacy. Even when facing a paragon, it was the same. As long as one was invincible, even when facing a paragon, one could still be so calm and unperturbed, treating them like grass. Boom. The confrontation this time around was incomparably intense. The Master of Samsara was invincible throughout his life. He had never met an opponent who could match him. Even when he fought for supremacy on the Emperor's path in the past, he also swept through all his opponents. But at this moment he suffered an extremely great impact. His right palm felt like it was shattered, and he was in incomparable pain. This was something that had never happened before. How could a paragon feel pain? They were already unrivaled in the world, so when had they ever tasted such a bitter outcome? This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, this time around he was flung through the air, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled, and after he landed, he staggered backwards, suffering a heavy blow. His right palm was dripping with blood. That battle armor forged from immortal gold was shattered, causing his bones to break. His flesh was badly mangled, and even his white bones could be seen. This was too shocking. He was actually injured in this battle. Are you bullying me because I'm old and weak? In my entire life, I've never been defeated before. Today, although I paid a price for challenging the immortal path, do you think I don't have any combat strength left? I came from the sea of reincarnation, and in this life, I want to be unrivaled. No matter how weak I am, I can still ascend in an instant and display my absolute combat strength. The master of Samsara's voice was cold and emotionless. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face. He walked forward step by step, his aura becoming more and more terrifying. It's not like she hasn't killed someone like you before. In the depths of the cosmos, the great completion holy physique with golden hair all over his body said coldly. When this voice sounded, the 10 directions of the cosmos were greatly shaken, and the heavenly mountains rumbled. That white-clothed woman was like a flying immortal, otherworldly and exceptional as she moved forward. The other supreme beings were all shaken, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. It's her. She actually survived. Every supreme being had their own Tao. Even after living for endless ages, they had never changed. After cutting themselves with a blade, it was still the same. However, this person had even changed her own Tao, and as a result, they hadn't recognized her before. Even her Tao was transforming, to the point where no one could recognize her. How shocking was this? It left everyone horrified and shocked. The supreme beings were no exception, and their expressions all changed. You didn't take that step, and yet, you still survived? The master of Samsara's heart finally sunk for the first time. He wasn't as arrogant as before, and this time, he revealed the most serious expression. It was just like back then when he killed many great enemies, traveled unhindered through the cosmos, and fought bloody battles in all directions. He raised his essence energy to the limit. The master of Samsara was tall and majestic. Chaotic energy submerged his body, as if he was a demonic god that had lived since the creation of the world. Resplendent splendor surrounded him within the mist. In this cold and dark cosmos, he was exceptionally terrifying and intimidating. Ancient supreme beings mostly wielded weapons, and there were fewer who forged immortal gold battle armor. However, these types of people were destined to be difficult to defeat because they paid attention to defense. At this moment, his forehead shone, illuminating the dark cosmos. It was as if there was a deity chanting sutras there, sitting on an immortal platform. The light was reflected, dazzling through the ages. It was truly world-shaking. In front of and behind him, a vast ocean appeared. This was an ocean formed from souls, one of the most terrifying places in the world. The sea of reincarnation appeared again. I control the reincarnation of the world, the Lord of this world. In the past, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths could match me, and in this era, I won't be defeated either. War souls have revived, and I will destroy the world. The master of Samsara walked forward, his eyes terrifyingly deep. Within them were scenes of the sun and moon being destroyed, stars falling, and heaven and earth collapsing. His body was submerged within primal chaos, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The sea of reincarnation was spinning, as if it was going to carry out a reincarnation of the entire world. At this moment, many stars actually flew over, entering it. Then even more resplendent great stars fell. Stellar streams poured down one after another, all of them entering the sea of reincarnation. This truly was like a ruler, matchless and unmatched. You control the reincarnation of the world. What if it was from the heavens? That white-clothed woman spoke for the first time. Her voice was cold, but there was also a type of magnetism to it. If not for the fact that she was emotionless, it would have been like the sounds of nature, extremely pleasant to listen to. Then let's fight, a confrontation between supreme beings. Let's decide victory and defeat. Let's see who will rule this world. The master of Samsara roared loudly. His head of thick hair danced about, and his azure gold battle clothes shone. The deity within was also furious. Just now, his body had been destroyed, so he also wanted revenge. Long. The two of them collided, about to carry out a battle at the peak. On the side, when the other four saw this, their expressions were all cold. They didn't take action, nor did they express anything. They were all supreme beings, and in the past, they all ruled over the great wasteland cosmos. They disdained joining hands to fight an enemy, because they were all unmatched. In their hearts, they were the only one, so how could they think that others were the most powerful in this world? This wasn't arrogance, but rather the truth. In the past, they were indeed like this. The master of Samsara has already started the battle, so we should also head on our way. We will part ways here and head out on our own. The master of Samsara's situation is worrying. He will most likely lose his unmatched reputation. The master of Wasteland is flawed, and his divine consciousness is impermanent. The master of Samsara should be fearless. These people were all unrivaled and powerful existences. They were not unfamiliar with this part of the universe. They had once governed, protected, and fought. When they recalled the glorious years of the past, everyone's expression became absent-minded. Unfortunately, they were gone for good. They had already changed. Without a doubt, the supreme beings of the seven forbidden zones were either supreme beings from the legendary era, or the archaic emperors, or the great human emperor, or the Holy Spirit divine fetus. All of their origins were astonishing. Now, this was no longer a secret. It was already known by everyone in the world. At this level, they couldn't seal themselves in the source. There was no substance in the world that could preserve their immortal foundations. It was because they were too powerful and couldn't be suppressed at all. The reason why they could survive was because they all had their own longevity methods. Of course, there was another prerequisite, and that was that they had severed themselves. They had to leave their emperor positions and fall from that realm. Otherwise, how could they seal themselves until now? After falling from that realm, some could hibernate for tens of thousands of years, never appearing in the world again. They had the absolute beginning life stone, immortal source, and other things that allowed them to seal themselves for an extremely long period of time. Such existences included the great human emperor, archaic emperors, and others. They only awakened when the path to immortalization opened and directly appeared in the world to fight on the path to immortality. Of course, these types of people's bodies would definitely be at their weakest point. That was why they would fall before the path to immortality even ended, a bloody example right before their eyes. Meanwhile, there were some people who used immortal source, absolute beginning life stone, and other precious materials to seal themselves. However, because too much time had passed, or because they encountered various problems along the way, they couldn't hold on any longer. They awakened prematurely in the ancient times, on the verge of aging. As such, there was the darkness chaos. A world in a grain of sand, a heaven in a blade of grass. Similarly, creatures were like this as well. No matter how weak they were, they all contained a great miracle. Within their bodies was the most precious substance in this world, and that was life. Powerful people would have more of this substance, and weak people would have fewer. It was like a precious treasure, hidden within every creature's body. The supreme beings awakened midway. For the sake of survival, for the sake of prolonging their undying existence, they also created the darkness chaos. It wasn't just limited to Big Dipper. The 8 wastelands of the cosmos were all their hunting grounds. When the ancient saints from beyond this region descended upon Big Dipper, there were people who had previously discussed this, suspecting that it originated from the Big Dipper star domain, just that it wasn't proven. The ancient supreme beings wouldn't let a place dry up, but rather carried out selectively, preserving some life seeds for those ancient star domains. Even if they absorbed life for a long period of time, they would preserve their own immortal platforms and prevent the cracks from spreading, repairing the life wheel. Of course, this type of thing was just like undying divine medicine. After using it once, the medicinal effects would decrease sharply. The same amount would inevitably become useless. If they needed it again, they would have to use it 10 times, 100 times more. As a result, the chaos of the darkness would become more and more terrifying each time. At this point, the number of lives that every supreme being needed to devour would easily be in the hundreds of millions. At most, they would have already massacred tens of billions of creatures, such as the Stone Emperor. However, this didn't allow them to live a second life, only temporarily resisting the invasion of time, resisting aging. Life was the world's greatest miracle, but it also became the greatest source of chaos. When the supreme beings in the life-forbidden region launched the darkness chaos, when they encountered the appearance of a great emperor, they naturally had to retreat with all their might. After all, they had already fallen from that cultivation realm, so they didn't want to risk their lives. However, if they caught up to the desolate era and needed life force, then they could only fight, and they couldn't avoid it at all. That was because during the desolate era, there were always more than one or two great emperors who appeared. After one passed away, there would still be others who achieved the Tao. Their respective eras were almost connected. Of course, it was impossible for a true great emperor to meet. After all, there was a time limit that affected one's Tao. However, even if there were no great emperors, there would still be great saint physiques. The ancient supreme beings of that era could only take action, they had no choice at all. They couldn't avoid it, and thus created the most terrifying darkness chaos, carrying out a bloody battle. Although the ancient supreme beings had withdrawn from the throne, if the great emperor of the human race went to suppress and kill them, they could also rise to the peak and temporarily recover their former glory. It was hard to say whether they would win or lose. However, as long as they did this, the price was extremely great. Even if they didn't die in battle, even if they risked their lives to kill the great emperor of the human race, they might still wither after the battle. After the battle, even if they didn't die, they would have to use the emperor's Tao fruit that was cut off. Only a few supreme beings could survive. As a result, if it wasn't for the great emperors of the ancient era appearing from time to time and the great saint physiques appearing one after another, there wouldn't be such a terrifying bloody era, because no one could suppress them. No one was willing to carry out a battle between great emperors. Regardless of whether it was the ancient supreme beings or the great emperor of the human race, they all had the danger of dying. And in those eras without great emperors, it was truly too bitter. The sky and earth were dyed red with blood, and it wasn't just limited to the Big Dipper. It happened in other places as well. It was a tragedy in the human world. The four supreme beings had also risen and fallen in the human world, becoming the rulers of the world. They were respected by hundreds of thousands of races in the universe, but now, looking back, what was left? Perhaps they had sighed in their hearts, but it had long been drowned out by coldness, replaced by ruthlessness. They were already no longer their past selves. The four ancient supreme beings gave each other one last look, and then they each chose a direction. They were about to go on their way, hurrying towards different ancient regions to eat. They were about to unleash the greatest darkness chaos in history. The entire universe was trembling, and all life was in fear. They all felt a type of impending disaster, as if the world was going to be destroyed. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't trembling. Meanwhile, there were some ancient regions that already knew what happened in the Big Dipper star domain. There were some heavenly mystery masters who sensed the bloody disaster and the most terrifying chaotic era. They were all crying loudly, "Great emperors of the human race, please revive all of you. The human world is going to suffer greatly again. Who can save all life from fire and water? Who can avoid the bloody disaster of all life?" The Big Dipper star domain has already been plunged into misery and suffering. Unmatched great emperors, please revive and return. Where is the void great emperor? We are willing to pray for you, using our lives to exchange for your return. Please reappear in this world. The mournful cries of all life were world-shaking, as if they were transmitted to this region. This was a type of spiritual sublimation. Suddenly, the Wasteland Master took action, unexpectedly separately releasing the most terrifying attack towards the 4 supreme beings who were about to leave. Her white clothes were exceptional, and her beautiful hair danced about. She was elegant and otherworldly, yet she was powerful to the extreme. This was the power of ascension. The radiance illuminated the 33 layers of heaven, making the entire cosmos tremble. A single person was going to contend against 5 supreme beings. Chapter 1585. Huang took the initiative. This delicate and wonderful woman actually took action against several great supreme beings at the same time. This was just too shocking, leaving everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. Those were but true ancient supreme beings, past emperors, or celestial being, every single one of them possessing astonishing backgrounds. Who could be defeated? Who dared face them alone? Now, this type of scene really appeared. A delicate and exceptional white-clothed woman dared to do this, ascension force striking outwards, immediately slaughtering towards the 5 great supreme beings. Long. In that instant, the entire universe seemed to have been destroyed, all things withering away. Regardless of how far away they were, they all trembled, unable to help but want to kneel down, bow down towards those fluctuations. It was too terrifying. Several supreme beings took action, affecting the great Tao of heaven and earth, wishing to wipe out all Tao. It was only because of these individuals that some unforeseen events took place in the great cosmos. Apart from Samsara Lord, the other 4 supreme beings also turned around, their expressions cold, eyes ice cold, all of them retaliating. They were emperors and emperors of a generation, unable to tolerate provocation. Even though this person was extremely powerful, she already took action against them, so they definitely wouldn't endure silently. Kill! Undying Mountain's Lord Stone Emperor released a great roar, blood energy matchless. The great black halberd in his hands crushed the cosmos, the most terrifying great cracks and world-destroying radiance erupting, engulfing everything. The great halberd tore apart the 9 heavens, pouring down endless primal chaos waterfall, directly hacking towards Wasteland Lord's face, vicious might exceptional and heaven overflowing. This was Stone Emperor, a simple strike shocking the human world. Ding. A strand of ascension light shot out from the white-clothed woman's sparkling fingers, stopping the snow-white halberd's blade, allowing the deep cold energy to attack. The surrounding cosmos and void were collapsing, her head of beautiful hair flying about, as if she was facing a great ocean wave. However, her body didn't move in the slightest, calm like a boulder. Once my Tao appears, heaven and earth can be defied. Another supreme being slaughtered over, his entire body erupting with immortal radiance, as if silver streams were exploding. It was too resplendent, condensing supreme immortal Tao natural laws, about to destroy the great cosmos. These rays of light gathered together, releasing kung-chang noises, actually forming a cage that was 10 zhang in size, able to suppress all creatures, able to trap supreme beings. The 10 zhang cage was completely constructed from symbols. Every single symbol was incomparably brilliant, as if they were burning. They were incomparably profound, impossible to fathom. They all flowed with the most powerful natural law power. Clang clang. With a flick of the Wasteland Master's finger, streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy flew out, turning into a large expanse of light rain. That was the power of the fairy realm, matchless and unrivaled. All of the radiance landed on the cage, making the giant immortal gold pillars grow dim, unable to approach, stopping the 10 zhang cage's suppression. 3 realms reincarnation, shouted the master of samsara. He had also closed in. The 3 ancient universes revolved, and the aura of creation filled the air. One was the universe of the past, one was the universe of the present, and one was the universe of the future. Their nomological laws ran through the past, present, and future. This was the true creation of heaven and earth. Mists surged, all types of gods and devils roared within the primal chaos. There was even a vermilion bird that took to the skies, burning down the southern heavenly gate. There was also a kunpeng that spread its wings, shattering millions and millions of li, terrifying to the extreme. However, The white-clothed woman was the first to take action against him, standing in front of him. Her attention was still focused on him, and as such, her attacks were also the most powerful. This time, her hands moved together, gently moving out. A simple and ancient artifact appeared. It wasn't a true object, but rather formed from interweaving Dao laws. It was actually a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. It didn't have any brilliance, only having a type of simple and powerful Dao aura. This cauldron formed from Dao patterns flew out, piercing through the three realms, smashing inside. It shook intensely, wishing to completely destroy this three realms. This was definitely a great battle that shocked endless history. A single person faced 5 great supreme beings, this type of inconceivable scene. No one would believe it if it was told to others. Forget about whether the white-clothed woman had a chance of victory, just this type of boldness was enough to shock the universe. Even if she was defeated and killed by a few ancient supreme beings, it still wouldn't be much of a humiliation. Daring to take action like this, possessing this type of courage, possessing matchless might, was definitely rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, not even mortals had heard of such a thing. They were all supreme beings, if they truly recovered to the Emperor realm, their bodies rising, who would be much inferior to who. They were all the past rulers of the universe, overlooking the 9 heavens, 10 earths, supreme existences. This battle suddenly erupted just like that. Several great supreme beings all took action. Even though they still didn't use the most powerful secret techniques, not risking their lives, this type of probing was still enough to be recorded in the future books of history, becoming a magnificent chapter. Perhaps the most terrifying emperor battles had happened before, but there had never been records of someone fighting 5 alone like this. This type of individual had only appeared once. Let me look forward to seeing just how powerful you have become. Perhaps if I kill you, I won't have to incite the darkness chaos anymore. You alone are enough. Stone Emperor said coldly, a type of bloodthirsty radiance flashing past his ice-cold eyes. It was just too intimidating. The other supreme beings all took action, but they still held back, carefully taking precautions. The white-clothed woman definitely had something to rely on for daring to face them like this, even though they didn't believe that there was someone this powerful. As emperors and emperors, they firmly believed that there was definitely no one who could face 5 emperors alone. There was no one in the past, no one in the present, and no one in the future. It was because if they revived, they would be at the very peak, impossible to surpass. However, the white-clothed woman really was too powerful, her appearance exceptional. She was still calm and unruffled when facing 5 emperors, as if she didn't sense that she wasn't a match at all. An emperor battle erupted, moreover quickly heating up. They were going to display their most powerful Emperor Dao laws again. However, at this moment, something strange suddenly happened. Wasteland Master's body trembled, expression perplexed. She encountered a huge problem. The great supreme beings were all stunned. Their previous premonition was true after all. Her state was unstable, primordial spirit impermanent, appearing and disappearing at times. She herself had a great flaw. Even though they were supreme beings, it was Wasteland Master who took action against them first. Since she already took action, no one would stop here. This was especially the case when Samsara Master was already bleeding before, his immortal gold battle clothes in tatters. At this moment, he even more so wouldn't be lenient, slaughtering his way over. Suddenly, the cosmos exploded. The white-clothed woman's body released endless radiance, divine might matchless, becoming many times more terrifying than before. This is what is going on. I feel like she is in even more danger. Her primordial spirit suddenly became almost non-existent, and her flesh also mysteriously became like this. Can she even protect herself like this? The great supreme being's eyes were cold, not immediately attacking. They felt that it was extremely strange. The white-clothed woman in front of them was too mysterious. This type of state made them feel like something wasn't right. Wasteland Master became even more lost, forgetting to take action, not knowing where she was. She didn't seem to react at all when facing 5 great supreme beings, her eyes lifeless, vacant and ignorant. However, great fluctuations erupted from her body. Layer after layer of immortal light wrapped around her, and then it unexpectedly turned into a great cocoon, burying her within. Moreover, as time went on, this cocoon became more and more real, turning into a tangible object. It was no longer light, but rather a tangible, immortal cocoon. Even if she has lost her consciousness, killing her like this is an unfair victory. She brought this upon herself. I am willing to have my hands covered in emperor blood. Samsara Master said coldly. He walked forward, insisting on taking action. The other four Supreme Beings' expressions were cold. They didn't say a word, quietly observing the changes, not expressing anything. At this moment, Samsara Master's arm turned into a giant heavenly blade that was several hundred zhang in length. His flesh formed a blade, and in addition, it erupted. It was snow-white and dazzling, cold energy threatening. Gotcha. He hacked down, directly aiming for the immortal cocoon. He wanted to cut Wasteland Master in half, end her life, and then obtain the endless vitality of an unmatched great emperor's blood to prolong her life. The cosmos void was hacked apart by him, releasing an extremely terrifying sound that made one's heart tremble. The heavenly blade descended, firmly hacking down on the immortal cocoon. Light illuminated the 33 heavens, leaving everyone shaken. This result was too unbearable to watch. Who could block this type of blade? This was the full power attack of a supreme being, the pressure making the heavenly Tao laws tremble. Meanwhile, the white-clothed woman was completely defenseless, mysteriously sleeping in the cocoon. According to normal reasoning, she was definitely going to die. However, the final result was unexpected. That resplendent heavenly blade was snow-white and intimidating, but when it landed on the cocoon, it actually melted. The power of the immortal Tao laws completely entered, becoming a part of the cocoon. What? Samsara Master was shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. This was his powerful attack. The endless power of an ancient supreme being flew out, but it was actually melted. Strange, is she trying to borrow our hands to help her transform? A supreme being said coldly. Those who reached this cultivation realm were naturally matchless figures, able to see through the principles of all things with just a single look, keenly seeing through some innate things. If it was Quasi-Emperor in her place, there was no way he could instantly understand this. Does she want the five of us to take action at the same time, turn into a cauldron's flame, help her succeed? That might not be the case. She definitely has some problems with her body, but she can protect herself in this state. Moreover, if we take action, we might help her succeed. They directly saw through the innate essence, clearly seeing the truth in the mist. Samsara Master was naturally dissatisfied. He released a cold snort, displaying the greatest natural laws, trying to refine it, wishing to slowly refine the white-clothed woman to death. However, terrifying things continued to play out. It was just like before, all of the divine force and immortal Tao laws entered, like a clay ox entering the sea, completely dissolved. What he released was like a cauldron's flame, burning below the cauldron, helping the cocoon mature. There is no time, we need to replenish our life energy. We've exhausted too much on the path of immortality. If we delay any longer, we will definitely die of old age. A supreme being spoke, giving Northern Dipper Star Domain a look. He opened his mouth, sucking in millions of units of life essence, turning into multicolored light and flying over. These were the creatures that died not too long ago, all of them being devoured. The other supreme beings were like this as well. Then, they went on their separate ways, stepping into the cosmos' 8 wastelands, heading towards ancient starlands one after another. A great chaos was about to descend. Who could stop it? This great darkness chaos was unprecedented in history, exceeding the past. It was going to happen in the end. They couldn't stop it. It was a pity for the white-clothed woman. Something unforeseen happened at the crucial moment, sinking into the cocoon. Otherwise, there would have definitely been a great bloody battle. Perhaps she could have stopped these supreme beings' footsteps, or perhaps she herself would have fallen. The endless changes arrived on time, but in the end, they couldn't stop at Northern Dipper, starting to engulf the heavens and ancient lands. Chapter 1586. Big Dipper star region was in an expanse of darkness, deathly quiet. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. Apart from that ancient land of life that was broken into pieces and protected by Wasteland Lord, the other stars were all blasted into pieces, turning into ashes, never to exist again. An immortal cocoon floated up and down, suspending above the destroyed ancient land. The immortal light gradually dimmed, and then it entered the darkness, thus disappearing. Only now did all of the emperor's might disappear. Only then did the ancient land of life below release cries of grief. It was unknown just how many people had died, blood flowing like rivers on the great earth, corpses endless. Most of the strong people had died, only the elderly and children remaining. This was also the case for the other races, only the old and weak, as well as a small portion of the strong, continuing on as the seeds of life. However, without the sun, how could they continue? These supreme beings, because of their failure to achieve immortality, clearly vented their anger on Big Dipper, wishing to destroy this place in one go. Light was released from the ancient restricted regions, as well as some historical remains left behind by ancient great emperors. It surrounded the great earth, not letting the cold approach, protecting this ruined ancient land. Western Desert was deathly silent, but Mount Meru was still there. One could vaguely hear the sound of ghosts chanting Buddhist scriptures. Southern Ridge collapsed, corpses of ancient beasts and vicious birds everywhere. Many small beasts cried piteously, waiting to be fed, the scene miserable. Eastern Wasteland's 7 great restricted regions were extremely peaceful, but they still made one feel reverence, deep and immeasurable. Perhaps some supreme beings would return to continue sleeping here. Northern Plains was desolate, traces of life rarely seen. Central Continent was the most desolate, the number of people who died also the most. It wasn't like other places where the population was sparse. This place was densely packed, corpses truly piling up into mountains and seas. Comparatively speaking, Big Dipper wasn't that bad either. After all, they had already experienced it. The darkness chaos could be considered to have ended, not like the other star domains whose suffering had only just begun. Heavens, please open your eyes and look at this great earth. Is there still a path of life? The people are in a terrible situation, corpses and blood everywhere. What hope is there left to speak of? On a planet, a white-haired elder roared angrily towards the heavens, his face covered in tears. At his feet were several children who were trembling in fear. There were many corpses in the distance, their parents, their loved ones, all of them dead. The Lord of the Divine Ruins descended here, opening his mouth and inhaling. Endless people, endless creatures exploded, blood covering the stars. Countless life essence turned into strands of multicolored light, flying into the air. Most of the powerful individuals were going to die, only a portion of them left behind, allowing the ancient land's life inheritance to continue. They were going to be used in the future when the darkness chaos erupted again. As for the elderly and children, most of them were spared because the amount of life force they contained was relatively small, so they were not within the range of being devoured. The Lord of the Divine Ruins only stayed here for a moment before 1 billion creatures were devoured. This small star was covered in gloomy clouds. The bloody mist was very thick, and it was filled with wailing sounds. This was a purgatory on Earth. And this was still considered good. The crisis that broke out in other places was even worse. Some of the famous main planets in the universe encountered a major crisis. Because of the large population, there were even more deaths. For example, Gauchan Ancient Star. This place had previously produced a great emperor. It was extremely glorious in the past, becoming the center of the cosmos during a certain era. However, now that a great disaster descended, it still couldn't be stopped. The Stone Emperor had arrived. This was an extremely callous ancient supreme being, his heart long submerged in coldness and ruthlessness. Even if millions and millions of creatures died, he wouldn't even frown. In the past, he had already devoured tens of billions of creatures. Now, if he wanted to extend his life, he could only do more, or else it wouldn't be of any use. It was just like taking an undying medicine. After a single use, the medicinal effects would definitely decrease. Only by taking 10 times, 100 times more would one be able to continue extending one's life. And if he calculated it like this, then the number of creatures he needed in this world would be too shocking. At the very least, it would be in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. The universe was extremely large, with endless star systems. However, there weren't as many ancient life stars as one could imagine, especially the main planets like Gauchan and Ziwei star domain, which were even fewer. Even if those small stars, as well as the small worlds of life opened by many ancient sages were included, the number of creatures he needed still wasn't a small number. Moreover, the darkness chaos in this world wasn't limited to him alone. There was also the Lord of Samsara, long life celestial being, and several others, so the number of creatures they needed wouldn't be much weaker than his. As a result, in this world, if they continued like this, they would definitely cause rivers of blood to overflow into the heavens. The entire universe would mourn and tremble. The darkness chaos would only become more terrifying each time. This world would reach its most powerful state. Some of the despairing heavenly secrets masters even pessimistically predicted that the world might be destroyed. The flowers are the same every year, but the people are different every year. It's another world. I've been here before, and it was also a scene of rivers of blood overflowing into the heavens. It's just that the feeling each time is different. The undying mountain's lord, the Stone Emperor, was calm and carefree. Below, countless figures were running, crying, kneeling, and praying to the heavens. They dragged their children, rolling and crawling as they fled. This was a human tragedy. But what was the use? In the eyes of an ancient supreme being, these were all ants. They couldn't cause even the slightest ripple in his heart. With a point of his finger, billions of people exploded. The multicolored light of life entered his mouth and nose, filling the air like strands of white mist. Stone Emperor had a heart of stone. Even the most miserable scene couldn't move his heart. After achieving the Tao, his will was like steel, but after severing his blade, his blood became cold to the bone. He turned around, arriving in another region of this main star. He wasn't in a hurry to wipe out all life, but instead carried a hint of coldness at the corners of his lips. He was admiring this 100 forms of the human world. There were saints who screamed miserably, doing their best to fly high into the sky. However, under the pressure of an ancient supreme being, it was difficult for them to move even an inch. They directly collapsed in this world. Even those as powerful as saints were nothing more than ants. There wasn't much power that could stop an ancient supreme being from foraging for food. From saints up high to mortals, they were all targets of slaughter. Meanwhile, experts were even more so the first choice, because the life essence they contained was greater. Even though it is a great star, it still isn't enough for this emperor. There are still too few. Meanwhile, what about the saints? I don't see many of them. Have they all gone into hiding? Stone Emperor's cold voice was incomparably cold, shaking this entire starry sky. His will reached all directions. In a breath of time, his divine sense swept over all of the stars, not holding back in the slightest. Then he rose into the sky, entering the starry domain. Many saints on the stars in the depths of the darkness screamed miserably, turning into a rain of blood. Stone Emperor only went to make a circle, and most of the saints that belonged to Gauchan's star died. It was useless even if they hid in the starry river. A supreme being could find them with a single thought. Leave behind a few fragrant seeds for the future. Stone Emperor stood up. With a single step, he disappeared from this great star, entering the depths of the cosmos. Blood covered the skies here, and the number of dead creatures numbered in the billions. However, it still couldn't satisfy his needs. That day, the entire cosmos was wailing in grief. All life howled in grief. The end of darkness arrived, and no one could save them. The great emperor grew old and passed away. In this world, no one achieved the Tao, and no one could resist the darkness chaos. Bloodshed continued just like that. The great era of darkness officially began. This was an era of chaos and misery. What love and hate. What grand goals on the path of immortality. What dreams of achieving the Tao. In this world, everything was empty. Only survival was the truth. Void Great Emperor, where are you? All people pray for you to live forever. Please fight for our human race again, Ah Wu. All life was in grief. In this dark era, they thought of the Void Great Emperor who had previously fought left and right, fought in all directions. He fought his entire life, all the way until the very last moment of his life. He never stopped. Back then he pacified all regions alone, stopping the darkness' chaotic tides. It was unknown just how many creatures he saved. Unfortunately, he died early, only living for less than a single era. Void Great Emperor, your people miss you. Please come back to life. How can the great earth not have you? Even a few saints were praying, and even a few old great sage who understood the secret history were weeping, kowtowing towards the dim Big Dipper. Void Great Emperor, how can we forget you? You went alone to block the exit of the Sea of Reincarnation, and then fought a great battle against Undying Mountain with the resolution to die. In this era, who will fight for us? Who will stop the darkness chaos for us? On the other main star, Skirich, tragedy was also playing out. Light and darkness supreme being was taking action, slaughtering everything within a million li. He opened his mouth, inhaling, and endless multicolored light of life entered his body. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his heart, and then his body staggered. It was because he saw some scenes and recalled some past events. He saw a little boy drag out the corpse of an old man from the pile of corpses, crying loudly, throwing himself into the old man's embrace. His white hair was dyed red, and his entire body was soaked in blood. He saw an infant curled up in the arms of a mother, crying loudly, using his little hands to touch that ice-cold and young face. He saw a young man go crazy after a young female cultivator exploded, throwing himself into the bloody bones, smashing his head against the ground, and then he lost his life. He was once weak and he had struggled before. He also went through a stage of growth that he couldn't bear to look back on. At this moment he was momentarily absent-minded. He. Light and darkness supreme being rubbed his chest, and only after a long time did he catch his breath. He said in self-mockery, "My heart actually felt a momentary pain. Did I think of some past events?" But soon his expression was replaced by coldness. Killing intent filled his body, and cold light blossomed from his eyes. As he swept his gaze over, boundless killing tribulation rose again, and blood splattered across the entire ancient star. Great Emperor Wuxia, you used to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and fought until the universe trembled. Now, the star domain has withered, and everything is silent. The human race needs you. Cries resounded through the world. Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being had slaughtered his way through, and his harvest could only be described as ordinary. That was because what he needed wasn't much less than what the Stone Emperor needed. Now, what he needed was tens to hundreds of times more than what he needed in the past. If one really calculated it, the amount was too shocking. Today, he slaughtered his way to an enormous star that he had never been to before, and he didn't know anything about it in his sea of consciousness. However, when he descended, his heart jumped violently. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he stared in a certain direction. The ancestral star of the Overlord body. No wonder, the people here are all so powerful. There seems to be another place that's not ordinary. In another part of the starry sky, the Samsara Master was also moving. He had already massacred 3 stars, and behind him were endless skeletons and waves of blood, shaking the universe. He traveled all the way to the other side of the starry sky. He knew this place, and he also understood that this place was not ordinary, but he still came because there might be a great harvest here. This was a blue star, and the celestial beings now called it Earth. Hengupass still exists. After several reincarnations, it still has this name. Chapter 1587. The Master of Samsara rushed over from the depths of the universe. His eyes were frighteningly cold. He took a step forward and approached the ancient star, arriving in front of an ancient city that the world could not see. 3 large words were carved on the city gate, Hengupass. The strokes were bold and vigorous. No one knew how long this ancient city had existed. It was engraved with the wind and frost of time, modeled with the passage of time. It gave off the feeling that it had existed for millions of years. This was like a reincarnation cycle. The ancient city was still there, but the living beings on the ground had changed countless times. The old bones had turned to dust, and the races had changed again and again. This city is still the same, the master of samsara said to himself. He did not need to show his might. A supreme aura rushed forward and immediately shook the ancient city, causing it to shine brightly. Formation patterns actually appeared, turning into a vast world of celestial laws. The great emperor formation has life. The master of samsara's eyes narrowed, shooting out two sharp beams. This city was connected to the starry sky and the universe. It stood under the sky, a city of the starry sky. Brilliant meteor showers flew past, making this place even more mysterious and unfathomable. There are still people who dare to defend this city? The master of samsara took a step forward, and the universe immediately collapsed. However, the entire ancient city unexpectedly lit up with 4 types of formation patterns, quickly expanding, immediately blocking it, resisting the berserk fluctuations. This shocked him. 4 kinds of great emperor formation had appeared at once, and all of them were reviving. This was beyond his expectations. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he did not immediately attack. Instead, he stepped into the starry sky and returned to the outer realm. The master of samsara stood in the cold outer space, looking down at the blue star below. His eyes were filled with scenes of the sun and moon collapsing, the stars being destroyed, and the chaos spreading. The world in his eyes was different from that of ordinary cultivators. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this was a star that looked like a blue diamond, but in his eyes, it was a great path star densely covered with Dao patterns and endless runes. Moreover, it was not as small as it seemed on the surface. It was vast and boundless, even larger than the Big Dipper. Countless great formations covered this place, overlapping each other. Mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere, towering into the boundless sky. The areas outside of the Great Formation were filled with humans, but this was only a corner of the true area, insignificant. Those areas didn't have spiritual essence and were all filthy. Even if it was the great sage, he could only sense that something wasn't right, but there was no way he could see through the source. The ancient supreme beings were different. They could see the most fundamental things. This is the formation pattern laid down by Dizun back then. With the passage of time, it can no longer be concealed. He used the assembly character secret and his own unmatched ancient formation to cover this place, allowing him to sense people's hearts. It was one thing if he entered normally, but if he wanted to destroy this place, then it would incur a disaster. Other than that, there are actually other emperor formations. A cold voice rang out. The master of samsara's eyes were hollow and looked extremely frightening. It was as if they could swallow the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers, and cause the universe to collapse in an instant. Even someone as powerful as the reincarnation supreme being didn't barge in forcefully, because there were many secrets here. No one would look down on the formation patterns of the venerable sovereigns of the ancient heaven and had to treat them seriously. After looking for a long time, he returned to the front of Hangu Pass and sneered, "It's not like I've never been here before. So what if these formation patterns have awakened? Can they stop me?" He pointed out with a finger and was about to press forward, but a blazing beam of light swept down from the ancient city and directly collided with him. The reincarnation supreme being was naturally unharmed. There were only a handful of people in this world who could contend against him, and they were all cultivators. But were there any on Earth? However, his body trembled from the impact and revealed an expression of disbelief. Even if it couldn't injure his body, it still greatly surprised him. Could there really be some kind of character here? The great emperor's formation patterns have all revived in advance for no reason and are attacking me. There must be someone in charge who is incomparably knowledgeable. There was a mysterious formation here that could isolate many auras. It was similar to the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, and there were more than 1 or 2 of them. Even the reincarnation supreme being couldn't thoroughly investigate them. This time, he forcefully stomped down, and a huge crack extended out. It directly tore apart the universe and headed towards the ancient city. He wanted to forcefully break it open. Boom! Suddenly, immortal light exploded, and the aura of an ancient great emperor erupted, shaking time and space. A beam of dazzling, killing light directly swept down. The great crack that had expanded over was shattered, but it didn't reach the city. Moreover, the reincarnation supreme being's body trembled as he felt a vast ocean-like vitality confronting him. It's completely revived, an emperor weapon equivalent to a great emperor's attack. His eyes became sinister as he stared at the top of the city gate. As expected, there were preparations there. There were millions and millions of strands of immortal light, releasing an immortal radiance within the mist. It was definitely activated by a powerful figure, or else there was no way to revive a true emperor weapon. And at this time, the various great emperor formations within the city gate also revived and expanded outwards. Moreover, several figures suddenly appeared on top of the city gate and stood there. At this moment, the reincarnation supreme being's eyes erupted with two terrifying rays of light. He revealed a shocked expression and involuntarily took a step forward. His head of thick hair danced about. This was an extremely rare event, and it actually made him reveal such an expression. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. As a supreme being, facing the boundless universe, there was simply no one who could be his opponent. No matter what he encountered, he wouldn't act like this. It was only in this special great era that a few people like him had appeared that he couldn't directly sweep through the universe. You guys, on top of the city gate, there was an old Daoist, a monk, and one or two people hidden in the primal chaos. It was impossible to see them clearly. Moral celestial being, you are actually still alive. The master of samsara's expression was shaken as he stared at the old Daoist in front of him. He revealed an expression of disbelief. How could a character who had long been confirmed to have died in a sitting posture in the legendary era still be alive? On top of the city gate, a green ox leisurely walked over with an old Daoist on its back. The old man on its back looked like an immortal with white hair and a youthful complexion. Although he was very old, his face was rosy and healthy. No matter how one looked at it, there was a kind of transcendent temperament. It was as if he was going to ascend to the outer world on the ox and become an old immortal. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be alarmed. Wasn't this the original appearance of the old man carved on the stone wall? He had appeared alive and returned to Earth. Benefactor, you've mistaken me for someone else, the old man on the green ox said calmly. Some people call me Li Er. The master of samsara's expression was overcast. There was no fear, but it wasn't all that pleasant either. He never thought that he would encounter this kind of ancient celestial being on Earth. Moreover, it wasn't just one. There was also a great emperor. His expression became extremely cold as he stared at another figure who seemed like a great emperor. His voice was cold to the extreme as he said, "Great Emperor Heng Yu, I didn't expect you to also survive. You once confronted several supreme beings from the origin ancient mine and killed one of them. I didn't expect your method of survival to be similarly heaven-defying." That was a middle-aged man. He was tall and strong, his body tall and sturdy. He was like an unrivaled hero from ancient times. He was powerful to the extreme, and his gaze was incomparably deep. "You've mistaken me for someone else. I am Shino," the dignified middle-aged man said calmly, making him seem even more mysterious. He stood within the hazy mist. If Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others were here, they would definitely cry out loudly. This was the human ancestor. He had actually reappeared in the world and was still alive. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, when the Yangxiang clan was the quasi-emperor, they had to avoid Shino and the Yellow Emperor. They left for the outer realms, believing that their talents were too extraordinary. They didn't have the chance to achieve the Tao himself. How could such a person not survive? They had to break through and enter the Great Sage realm. Then, they would enter the quasi-emperor realm and unswervingly walk down the path of Tao. It was just that the master of samsara had mistaken Shino for the great emperor Hengyu. This was quite puzzling. The only similarity was that both of them had the surname Jiang. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely say that there was a Jiang River near the Big Dipper Jiang clan. In the past, there was also a Jiang River near the Yen Emperor's bloodline on ancient Earth. Was this a coincidence? However, Shino himself said that the Master of Samsara had mistaken him for someone else. The Master of Samsara laughed coldly. He stared at the middle-aged monk in white and said, "Don't tell me you're not the Amitabha Buddha too? Although you don't look like one, you have the aura of a Buddhist emperor." "I am the Sakyamuni Buddha," the monk said calmly with his palms pressed together. "Ha!" The Master of Samsara laughed loudly. His hair danced wildly in the wind. However, when he saw the appearance of the other person in the chaotic mist, he was speechless. He took a step back and cried out involuntarily, "The Void Emperor!" This man had stepped out of a stone coffin. He looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he had an aura that made people feel at ease. It was plain, ordinary, simple, and simple. Impossible. You couldn't have survived no matter what. The Master of Samsara had never acted like this before. Only this Void Emperor made him lose his composure. This was because this person had once fought against the sea of reincarnation. Void Great Emperor encountered the most terrifying chaos of this era. He fought bloody battles in all directions alone, dragging his injured body to the sea of reincarnation, blocking that place, not allowing the ancient emperor to appear. He had even killed a supreme being there. At that time, the Master of Samsara didn't come into being, but he knew everything. How could he not have a deep impression? Among the great emperors, the Void Emperor's life was the most turbulent. He paid the most until his blood ran dry and he died in battle outside the realm. He left an indelible impression on the 7 forbidden zones. Even though he had died, he was still respected and the races were grateful. Even now, they missed him, mourned, and prayed for this human emperor to come back to life. I can confirm that the Void Emperor is dead. I have to admit that he was an amazing person. He was definitely worthy of the gratitude of those ants. He used his life to protect this world, and his blood was spilled outside the realm. His death has long been confirmed. It can't be fake. "I am the Yellow Emperor," the ordinary-looking middle-aged man said calmly. He didn't look like an unparalleled supreme at all. "Ah, good. You are the Yellow Emperor. I know. You are definitely not him." The Master of Samsara laughed. He then looked at the others and said, "You are the Buddha, you are Li Er, you are Shennong. You are not the celestial being from the Age of Legends, nor are you the great emperor of the antiquity, right?" "Ha." The Master of Samsara laughed, but his voice suddenly stopped. He said, "This ancient planet is really a good place. I finally know why the Venerable Emperor set up so many things here. It is really a good place to nurture. It can actually advance time by so many years." Chapter 1588. To be more precise, this is a place for raising corpses. You are not them. You are indeed Shennong, the Yellow Emperor, Li Er, and Sakyamuni. There was a terrifying coldness in the depths of the Samsara sovereign's eyes as he stared at the 4 of them. Then, his expression became a bit complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. He actually remained silent for a long time. "Benefactor, please return," said Sakyamuni. "Monk, do you think you can stop me with just you?" shouted the Master of Samsara. His expression was cold to the extreme. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the universe. What kind of person was Sakyamuni? He had already become the quasi-emperor more than 2,000 years ago. His achievements were profound, yet the Master of Samsara didn't care about him at all. In this world, only the ancient supreme beings dared to act like this, treating a peerless figure like Sakyamuni like nothing. It was because he was too powerful. "Then why don't you try attacking?" someone said calmly. "Do you think you can defend this ancient planet just because you have a few great emperor formation runes and an emperor weapon? I control reincarnation and am an emperor myself. How can a mere formation stop me? I've personally drawn Dao patterns of this level." The Samsara sovereign spoke coldly as he walked forward. The sky immediately trembled. Strands of the aura of the Great Path spread out, rushing towards Hengu Pass, wanting to break this place apart. Unfortunately, you are no longer a true emperor. On top of the city gate, several figures were fearless and aloof. They activated their emperor weapons together and shot out a blazing light. At the same time, several great emperor formation runes were revived. They swept out for millions of miles and swept out with murderous light. Boom! The universe trembled. Immortal light surged like a vast ocean, colliding with the Samsara sovereign. Terrifying Dao cries resounded in this place, rumbling and rumbling. In the end, when all the light receded, the Samsara sovereign's expression was extremely cold. His eyes became increasingly empty, as if he wanted to devour all life in the universe. His attack didn't break through. After all, there were several great emperor formations here, and every one of them was astonishing. There was an exceptional heavenly formation formed from the secret set of characters and an immortal formation personally laid down by an emperor. It was easier said than done to break through. In the end, he wasn't a true emperor unless he instantly rose up, returning to his peak from endless years ago. However, if he paid that type of price, it would be hard for him to live after this battle. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Paragon Samsara walked around Hangu Pass, trying to break the array formation. However, this wasn't his forte. His attainments in the array Dao were only at the level of a Supreme the Arch, and he wasn't an expert in Dao patterns. As a matter of fact, once one reached the martial monarch realm, they only needed to lift a finger to destroy the heavens. There was no need for a solution. It was just that his condition was not at its peak. Encountering such a large formation, it was impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. There's no time left. In order to stop the aging process, I'll need trillions or even trillions of living beings. Wasting my time here isn't worth it, Autarch Samsara murmured to himself. Of course, he was still very unwilling. At the very least, those 4 people were unmatched great tonics. How many quasi-emperor could he encounter in this world? But if they really wanted to attack, they would have to pay a huge price. This star is a place for nurturing spirits. There are 99 dragon mountains from the mythological era. No wonder it can nurture celestial cauldrons. Similarly, it can also nurture corpses. Being buried here will allow one to form the seal of Samsara in the shortest time possible, the Master of Samsara said faintly. The Master of Samsara said faintly. His eyes flickered as he stared at the ancient star. His expression was extremely cold. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. Even if only a little bit of it leaked out, it would be enough to shake the entire universe and shake the myriad worlds. It was too shocking. The bodies of Shen-Nong, the Yellow Emperor, and Li-Er all had great origins. It was only because they were buried here that they formed the seal of Samsara and regained consciousness. A long time ago, Yi Fan had speculated about Laozi's origins. Legend had it that he was washed out of a mountain torrent. He was born with white hair and a white beard. He was an ancient corpse that had gained a spirit. The Eternal Universe Emperor was the same. After he died, he was buried on Earth. His corpse gave birth to a new spirit, even though it wasn't him anymore. The Void Emperor was very complicated. He was buried in the universe and his coffin fell on Earth. He also nurtured a spirit in the coffin, leaving behind the name of the Yellow Emperor. Then he opened the coffin and left. He had been sealed in the coffin all year round because his body had suffered great injuries. Although he had developed consciousness and was a new person, his body was still the same. The hidden injuries left by the bloody battles in the past were still there. He needed the divine coffin to suppress and nourish his body. He even needed the blood of his old enemies to cleanse his body. After all, he was still an emperor. In short, they were no longer the great emperors and celestial being of the past. They had cut off their relationship with the mythological era and the desolate antiquity era. They were all new individuals. In a sense, the Void Emperor and the celestial being of the mythological era could never appear again. This was only their bodies and not the real people of the past. With the passing of time, their primordial spirits had died. The hearts that were born were completely different. Only their forms remained. Although these people had obtained scriptures and seals from the ancient coffins, they still couldn't awaken the so-called past. It was impossible for them to reappear in their previous lives. You are not you after all. Everything is gone with the wind. Time is too merciless. The samsara supremacy glanced at them coldly and chose to leave. He didn't attack. In fact, if he really fought them head-on, he would most likely die here. The samsara supremacy brought with him a monstrous aura that made the stars tremble. He took a step forward and entered the depths of the universe. The next moment, he arrived at a source of life according to the ancient memories. He washed an entire ancient planet with blood and drowned the sky. The dark chaos continued. No one could stop it unless the real great emperors came back to life. Otherwise, it would be useless. Shennong, the Yellow Emperor, and Li Er had reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor and theoretically had the power to fight. However, if they really tried to stop the Supreme Being from eating, they could only die with regret. On Earth, there were several emperor formations that were more than enough to defend but not enough to attack. This was a helpless situation. The Dark Era had begun and would continue. No one could stop it. Even if the great emperors were to come back to life, they would be powerless if there were only one or two of them. In another universe, an earth-shattering battle had actually occurred on the ancestral planet of the Ether Tyrant body. No one would have thought that the heaven-abandoning Supreme would meet an enemy. He washed this planet with blood in order to obtain enough powerful life energy. The people here were all very strong, and there was no lack of saints. However, as soon as the battle began, they all roared in unison and called for the ancient ancestor. They prayed for the return of the tyrant body of the past to save them from danger. This was the ancestral planet of the tyrant body, but it didn't mean that all the beings on this planet were tyrant bodies. There were only a large number of descendants. Pure tyrant bodies and saint bodies would only appear once in many years. However, the common tyrant body of this planet erupted with peerless might in a mysterious ancestral cave. A huge immortal source flew out and then exploded, stopping the tragic scene of blood floating on the ground. The tyrant body of the Ether Tyrant body was still alive. He sealed his source and didn't achieve the Tao, so he naturally didn't need to cut himself. He was worthy of being the mortal enemy of the saint body and could challenge the supreme beings. This was a great life and death battle. It was extremely bloody. The two fought until they went crazy and rushed into outer space. It was unknown just how many stars were destroyed. They fought a great battle and slaughtered their way into the depths of the cosmos. This Ether Tyrant body was unrivaled and valiant. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still managed to injure the heaven-abandoning Supreme. No one expected that the ancient Supreme Beings would actually meet an enemy in the present world. This shook the cosmos and gave everyone hope. In another region, there was a saint body of the Great Perfection who was fighting against the longevity celestial being. It was a life and death struggle, and blood splashed across the cosmos. Meanwhile, another tyrant body of the Great Perfection appeared in this region. This was truly a pleasant surprise and made many people excited. If you force me to recover to the peak, you won't be able to live. The heaven-abandoning Supreme shouted. With a slash of his hand, a river of stars collapsed. It was unknown just how many stars were turned into dust. The endless starry sky in the cosmos dimmed. His methods were extremely terrifying and could easily wipe out the world. If you do that, you will undoubtedly die after a bloody battle. The tyrant body of the Great Perfection was fearless. The great battle didn't stop and continued. If this goes on, the tyrant body's ancestral star will still be lost. Even if I don't descend there, there will be other supreme beings who will go and bathe the firmament in blood. The heaven-abandoning Supreme said coldly. The tyrant body of the Great Perfection was silent, but his attacks didn't stop. Your lifespan is also about to run out. If you want to live, then I will be your senior. The path I took in the past will be your tomorrow. The heaven-abandoning Supreme said. The old overlord's attacks became even more frenzied. He attacked until the heaven-abandoning Supreme coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though he himself was almost hacked apart, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. In the cosmos, after some powerful saints learned of this, all of them were praying for the Great Perfection Saint Body and Ether Tyrant Body of the Great Perfection Saint Body to survive and defeat their opponents. This would bring hope for the end of the darkness chaos. However, after a bloody battle, everything changed. In the end, Ether Tyrant Body of the Great Perfection and Heaven Abandoning Supreme stood side by side. They actually reconciled and no longer fought to the death. The Heaven Abandoning Supreme didn't go to the Tyrant Body's ancestral star again. He went on his way and continued to bathe other ancient lands of life in order to obtain life substances that could stop his aging. Meanwhile, Ether Tyrant Body of the Great Perfection Saint Body also took action. He massacred the ancient stars and conquered the cosmos. He became another source of darkness chaos. This was equivalent to having one more person. The number of ancient supreme beings was increased by one. This kind of change made people feel suffocated and despair. He didn't massacre his own ancestral land, but he carried out an unbridled conquest of the ancient region in order to obtain what he needed to slow down his aging and enter a second hibernation. The disaster was so terrifying that it made people feel more and more despair. There wasn't even a trace of light to speak of. Mind Quasi-Emperor has fallen in battle in outer space. His life force was seized by the ancient supreme beings. Terrible news covered the sky and covered the earth. There wasn't the slightest bit of hope. There was only darkness before their eyes and ears. The universe was bathed in blood, and it was difficult for the supreme beings to meet their match. The light and darkness sovereign descended on Ziwei's starry domain. With a raise of his hand, billions of creatures died violently. He opened his mouth and sucked in a strand of life essence contained within each of them. When all life was helpless and mournful, they continuously shouted the Sun's sacred emperor's name. It was because he achieved the Tao precisely on this star, and then ruled over the cosmos. The results were truly accurate. The northern sea eye exploded. Coffins flew out one after another. A stone pagoda trembled and released endless radiance. The past divine will had already been erased, no longer existing. However, after the ancient coffin exploded, there was a set of human skin that carried the Sun's sacred emperor's blood. Then, it unexpectedly swelled up. He turned into a human figure. It was as if he had revived, awakened by the will of all life. In his hands was an emperor pagoda. He looked down on the world and slaughtered his way towards the light and darkness sovereign. Chapter 1589. The eye of the sea collapsed and the sarcophagus exploded. The Sun Saint Emperor seemed to have heard the cries of all living beings. He had really defied the heavens and appeared. All living beings were weeping in sorrow. The earth was covered in blood, clouds of sorrow and mountains of corpses. Their cries shook the heavens and earth. Countless people were calling for the ancient emperor of the human race, hoping that he would come back to life. In the end, it actually came true. This peerless hero in the history of the human race had returned in defiance of the heavens. In the most desperate moment of people, in the most terrible dark turmoil in history, he had appeared out of nowhere. No one would have thought that after so many years, when his inheritance had been severed and even his descendants had been killed, he would still return to fight for all living beings. The Sun Saint Emperor is really the Saint Emperor of the human race. The human emperor, it's him, he really has returned. For a long time, only the ancient Sun Emperor and the ancient Moon Emperor had been honored as the human emperor. Their achievements shook the world and were deeply popular. Some of the great emperors of later generations had studied their methods, and the two imperial scriptures of the extreme Yang and extreme Yin were revered as the mother scriptures. At this time, some of the old saints were shouting and roaring with extreme excitement. They wished they could rush into the sky and immediately have an audience with the human emperor to express the excitement and reverence in their hearts. In this most dangerous moment, praying to the heavens was useless, kowtowing to the earth was fruitless, and calling out to the gods and demons of the heavens was all to no avail. Only the Sun Saint Emperor, who was in the depths of people's hearts, had appeared. This caused many people's eyes to brim with tears, and they cried out involuntarily. They shouted and shouted loudly, hoping that the human emperor would be able to calm the world, calm the chaos, and return peace to the world. However, many people were also ashamed. The bloodline of the Sun Saint Emperor did not fall behind and encountered a disaster. They were completely slaughtered by the powerful Golden Crow race, but no one lent a helping hand. This was really embarrassing. The bloodline of the human emperor was almost severed. If Yi Fan had not saved little Tong, there would have been no more descendants. Where were they at that time? It was not until today, when the dark turmoil came and the world was about to be destroyed, that people remembered the Sun Saint Emperor and called for his return to quell the blood disaster. We are ashamed to face the human emperor, we have no face to face the human ancestor. Many people were remorseful. To this day, there was only one bloodline of the human emperor left in the human world. It was a sad thing to say, but he selflessly reappeared when the people needed him the most, fighting against the ancient pride. The human skin that was soaked in blood swelled up. His appearance was majestic and intimidating. His hair scattered about as he turned into a sun-holy emperor. His divine might was matchless. With the emperor weapon in hand, he once again ruled over the world. He didn't come to flaunt his might, nor did he come to enjoy the worship of the people, but rather to quell the chaos. The people didn't know his current state, but their hearts were in their throats. The Sun's sacred emperor was going to fight for their sake. It's you, human emperor. I can't believe he's still here. Autarch Light and Darkness's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking as he stared at the figure in front of him. No one responded. This majestic body was surrounded by clouds and mist. His hair was disheveled, and there was a sorrowful emptiness in his eyes. However, his emperor artifact was shaking. The stone pagoda shone, endless strands of immortal radiance dancing about, illuminating eternity. Then, it obtained the Sun's sacred emperor's blood's nourishment, erupting with the most terrifying aura. You are no longer the true Sun's sacred emperor. You can't stop my footsteps. Autarch Light and Darkness said coldly. He pointed forward. Divine chains immediately danced about. These were divine laws formed from natural order. They were matchless, piercing through the heavens to trap the human emperor. With a prung sound, the stone pagoda trembled. Emperor energy spread out in all directions, severing the endless divine law chains. Everything was erased. Those natural order chains couldn't rush forward. The Sun's sacred emperor defied the heavens and slapped forward with a palm. He also used a great natural law, stellar transposition. The two of them immediately arrived in outer space. Don't worry, I don't want to destroy this main star either. I left behind a seed of life to be used in the future. Autarch Light and Darkness said coldly. He followed the human emperor into outer space. His left pupil was completely black, as if it could devour the cosmos, sucking in all things in the world and erasing them completely. At this moment his left pupil blossomed. Darkness surrounded the void, devouring all the stars in the sky. There was no light in this world, only darkness left. This was his technique, his Tao. He tried to stop the Sun's sacred emperor's palm and was about to devour it. In an instant, the sky exploded. Endless light and flames erupted from the Sun's sacred emperor's palm, burning fiercely. It broke through the haze and seemed to have ignited hope in everyone's hearts. In the end, Autarch Light and Darkness had no choice but to reach out and suppress forward. He collided with the giant palm, causing him to shake violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He forgot that the one he was facing wasn't the true Sun's sacred emperor, and he himself wasn't the supreme being he was when he was at his most powerful. Even though he surpassed the quasi-emperor and still had the might of a great emperor, he still had that kind of natural law. In the end, he had severed himself and was no longer perfect. The valiant-looking middle-aged man smashed his fist forward. His divine might was matchless. His head of hair danced wildly, but there was no spirit in his eyes, only blood. However, he still attacked powerfully to protect everyone. This was the Sun Emperor's fist. It could devour the universe and was invincible in the heavens and earth. The pressure made the stars tremble and fall. Autarch Light and Darkness was shocked. This was a piece of human skin in a miraculous state. There was an undying imprint left behind by the Sun's sacred emperor. It was a battle avatar. Even though it wasn't his true body, it was still so powerful. Autarch Light and Darkness attacked. He naturally wouldn't admit that the other great emperors and ancient emperors were stronger than him. He had once achieved his Tao and ruled the ancient universe. He had once looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so he naturally dared to fight against anyone in history. Dazzling light erupted. Resplendent radiance rushed into the universe and shook the world. This was a great battle between supreme beings. The Sun's sacred emperor only had a piece of human skin left, but he still had this kind of majesty. Supreme reincarnation stopped, and the Sun Emperor's fist made him cough out large mouthfuls of blood. However, this piece of skin also cracked. Even more bloody scars appeared. It was a shocking sight to behold. There is battle intent from when he was alive, as well as borrowed power. However, in the end, it is still a temporary achievement. The curtains will still fall. Autark light and darkness said coldly. A loud Wang Lin sounded. The stone pagoda in the Sun's sacred emperor's hand swayed. Boundless fiery light scattered down. There was primal chaos swirling about as well, making it look incomparably terrifying. When the stone pagoda suppressed downwards, the entire universe trembled. The Sun's sacred emperor's power erupted, shocking the heavens. Even the divine ruins lord, reincarnation sovereign, undying mountain stone emperor and others in the other star domains all turned around, looking in this direction. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't moved. With a hong sound, a divine staff appeared in Autark light and darkness right hand. It was extremely short, less than a foot in length. It was forged from Dao tribulation gold. It was resplendent and dazzling to the point where even the stellar streams seemed to lose color. Meanwhile, an ancient shield appeared in his left hand. It was entirely pitch black, forged from black gold. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a black hole. These were his emperor weapons, the light staff and dark shield. His eyes were like this as well. The right eye was resplendent, while the left eye was dark. They both embodied light and darkness. An intense collision erupted. Light and darkness erupted. The light staff and dark shield came from the same source, giving birth to the same deity. When the two weapons collided, it was as if the heavens were being opened. The power was extremely great, shocking the universe. Endless light erupted, and endless darkness surged. Light and darkness were displayed vividly and vividly. Left and right were born, and then they blended together, producing a great explosion. However, the stone pagoda still smashed in. The Sun's sacred emperor's divine might was matchless. The stone pagoda collided with the light and darkness emperor weapons. His own unmatched techniques were also stored on the human skin, suppressing downwards. Autark light and darkness rushed into the sky. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in bloodstains. Blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Before he even stabilized himself, he staggered again, almost falling down. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Sun's sacred emperor's most powerful battle intent was almost extinguished. That human skin was damaged and blood flowed out. His imposing body seemed like it could collapse at any time. The stone pagoda trembled and shone on its own. It hung above his head, protecting him from falling. With the nourishment of the royal blood, it was much more powerful than when it was revived normally. It was unwilling for its master, and it was even more terrifying than when it was revived on its own. You're just a dead man. There's no need for me to waste time with you. If I really kill you, I'll have to waste some of my life force. The gains don't make up for the losses, said Autark light and darkness. These words were filled with despair in the ears of the saints. Clearly, Autark light and darkness hadn't really gone all out. He was just conserving his life force. After all, that was just a piece of human skin. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't really defy the heavens. Even if it contained the Sun's sacred emperor's strongest battle intent, there was a limit. Autark light and darkness put away his weapon and looked coldly at the Ziwei star region. Let this place have peace for now. But how long can you defend it? Can you live forever? He didn't stop because there was no time to waste. He had wasted too much on the path to immortalhood, and he urgently needed to replenish his life force to stop aging. Sun's sacred emperor, you're indeed respectable. Even in death, you're still doing this. But is it worth it for them? This was his last word. To be evaluated like this by such a great enemy, one could only imagine the Sun's sacred emperor's character. Many people in the Ziwei segmentum felt guilty. The Holy Sun Emperor's bloodline was almost extinct here. At this most critical moment, who had protected them? The Sun's sacred emperor stood up and dragged his broken body to the Ziwei star region. He looked down at the ancient land he had once fought and protected. Blood dripped from his empty eyes again, like crystalline tears. Finally, he sat down cross-legged on the purple planet, motionless. His hair was turning gray, and his back wasn't as straight as before. He didn't say a word. No one knew what state he was in, and no one knew if he still had a will left. Everyone on the planet was looking up at him. His broken body and the Emperor's pagoda. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He was just an old man who had one foot in the grave, silently protecting the planet and not letting enemies get close. This made everyone in the Ziwei star region sad. The Sun's sacred emperor used to be invincible. How could he be bullied? No one could resist him, but now, to protect them, he had to die. Ah, everyone cried. The Sun's sacred emperor didn't seem like he could live much longer, but in the end, he still did his best to protect this land. All the creatures on the planet couldn't help but shed tears. The Sun's sacred emperor was old in the end. This wasn't his true body, but through this body, people could feel the loneliness and sorrow of a hero. Everyone cried out in sorrow. Willpower surged, entering the gradually aging body, but it couldn't change anything. The Sun's sacred emperor's hair was gray. He wanted to stand up, wanting to go into the distance to fight a final battle, but in the end, he had lost all of his strength. Blood flowed from his withered body as he collapsed. A final tear of blood fell from his eyes. He turned into a broken piece of human skin, never to stand up again. Only the Emperor's pagoda wailed and roared, shaking here. It released endless light, protecting him, not willing to leave. Everywhere in the universe fell into darkness and chaos. There was blood everywhere. Countless ancient lands of life suffered a calamity. At this point, no one could stop it. There were no true great emperors left alive. Chapter 1590. The entire universe sank into darkness. The Lord of Samsara, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Undying Mountain Stone Emperor, Divine Ruins Lord, and Heaven-Abandoning Supreme Being all appeared, bringing disaster to the world. The five of them bathed the universe in blood. In addition, there was also a large success tyrant body. He was just as terrifying, able to challenge the ancient supreme beings. His true strength was naturally unmatched, able to wipe out all the creatures on an ancient star with a raise of his hand, blood splashing across the heavens. This was an unprecedented great upheaval. The six great supreme beings were patrolling, sweeping through the 10,000 worlds. There was no one who could match them at all. It was known as the most terrifying upheaval in history, affecting the entire universe. None of the ancient lands could escape. These supreme beings had once ruled the universe, their footprints covering the 8 wastelands. There were no coordinates they did not know. This was unprecedented. All creatures in the world were howling in grief. There was simply no one who could stop them even half a step. The universe trembled, and all creatures wept. There is no hope. From now on, there will only be darkness. A new era has begun, and we can no longer see the light. An old great sage fled, entering the desolate border of the universe. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. When a supreme being took action, no one under the heavens could resist him. The Divine Ruins Lord pointed out with a finger from a distance. He and the dozens of saints who fled here all exploded on the spot, immediately turning into a bloody mist. Their enormous life essence energy was completely devoured. It was like this everywhere. They couldn't escape, and no one could see a bit of hope. In another star domain, a quasi-emperor with a spear in hand, his entire body shining, was fleeing. He tore through the void, avoiding other domains. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. He was originally hiding in the most desolate star domain, a vast and boundless land of death without a trace of life energy, but he was still seen through by a large success tyrant body. The large success tyrant body took a step forward, passing through the boundless universe and directly following. He naturally wouldn't let go of such a big fish. For him, it was the most effective replenishment. The more powerful a person was, the more life matter they contained. Poof. When the large success tyrant body's palm descended, everything was over. This newly promoted quasi-emperor, who had the ambition to walk the emperor path, who had once appeared in the Big Dipper star domain and stood in front of the great crack of the immortal path, died just like that. Even his weapon was smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody paste. The old tyrant sucked a huge amount of life essence into his mouth. The world insults me and curses me. If we were in each other's shoes, what could you guys do? What would you guys do? I think everyone in the world is an overlord body, just like me. He spoke coldly, his expression indescribably cruel. His large body was like a black mountain, crushing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. He took a step forward, going to massacre the next ancient star. The entire universe had lost its light, and everyone was in complete despair. Who else could change the tragic fate of all living beings? Perhaps his only hope was the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution. He was fighting against the longevity celestial being. The 6 Daoists of reincarnation fist shook the world, causing the sky to collapse and the universe to split. However, his body had also entered a state of withering. The longevity celestial being met the attack head-on. He was not in a good state. At this point, the secret character of swordsman was about to lose its effect. His body had been smashed multiple times by the invincible fists, and his life force was severely depleted. But so what? Even if the first-rate divine physique won, there were still 6 ancient supreme venerables behind him. How many nails could he crush alone? The ending had already been decided. Blood would inevitably splatter across the universe, and it would come to a tragic end. The Stone Emperor, the heaven-abandoning supreme, the master of samsara, and the others were very indifferent. They had no intention of joining in the fun, and they only waited quietly for the result. They came from different life-forbidden zones, and they had no obligation to help. They also didn't want to waste their imperial blood. Now, the most important thing was to replenish themselves to the most ideal state and recover. Even though they could almost see the tragedy, the ancient sages in the universe were still praying, hoping that the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution would win and turn the situation around, creating a series of miracles. Although the fusion of the Holy Constitution had seriously injured the longevity celestial being and almost tore him apart, it was still difficult to destroy him. This ancient supreme was too powerful. He had suffered such serious injuries on the path to immortality, and he had also been hit by the green copper cauldron, but he still didn't die. Just like his name, he was immortal. In the end, the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution roared, and all the golden hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed all his unique secret techniques to attack the longevity celestial being, almost tearing him into pieces. However, the other party's longevity sword almost cut him in half, and his primordial spirit almost suffered a calamity. This was the most tragic bloody battle. The two of them had fought until now, and it was unknown how many brilliant galaxies had been destroyed and how many attacks had been exchanged. They were still in a stalemate, and there was no result. However, it was clear that the longevity celestial being and the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution had reached the end of their lives, and they couldn't take it anymore. The longevity celestial being was too ancient. Even though it had devoured a large number of creatures, had the immortal source, grand beginning life stone, and other things to suppress its body, and hid in the immortal mausoleum, it was about to die after living for so long. And the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution was just as he said. If not for the white-clothed woman, he would have already passed away. His condition was very poor, and he was also in his final years. Boom! The master of the immortal mausoleum completely threw caution to the wind. He wanted to recover to become a martial emperor, sublimate to the extreme, and transform into the invincible celestial being of the legendary era to carry out the final suppression. This was because if this went on, he might perish together with the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution, or even die first. At the most critical moment, even the secret swordsman couldn't stop it. Up until now, his blood chi had been dried up by the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution, and his life force had dropped too much. He could already clearly feel that the secret swordsman was about to be useless. However, the result was very cruel. He failed and couldn't sublimate to the extreme. His body's condition was too terrible, and he couldn't even fight to the death. He had already expected this result, but when it really happened, his pupils shrank. This was an extremely dangerous signal. He, the longevity celestial being, had lived for tens of thousands of years, and today he might finally fall. Outsiders didn't know about this battle, but it was really crazy. The major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution against the great emperor-level figure of the past made the galaxies lose their color and become dim. Not to mention the recent ancient times, even looking at the desolate antiquity, archaic era, and the legendary era, it was the same. There weren't many examples of such a tragic battle. The blood of the Holy Constitution and the Emperor's blood splashed everywhere, and it was boundlessly terrifying. The major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution challenged the celestial being and fought until now. Although they weren't at the peak of their strength, it was still intense enough. Apart from the ancient supreme beings, no one could clearly see their battle and understand the profound meaning of their laws. As long as they were swept by the fluctuations, they would definitely not exist in this world anymore. In the end, it finally came to an end. The longevity celestial being's sword pierced through the head of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution. The celestial sword trembled, and drop after drop of sparkling and bright red blood flowed down. It was exceptionally beautiful. The eyes of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution dimmed. He had fought his whole life and protected the peace of the human race. He was crowned with the title of the human race's Holy Constitution, but today, the curtains had finally fallen. His life had come to an end. His primordial spirit had been pierced through by the Emperor's weapon, and he would die without a doubt. If it was anyone else, they would have already turned into cosmic dust. Only he remained standing. The longevity celestial being smiled bitterly. He would die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival because the unparalleled fist of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution had directly smashed into his forehead. At this moment, the fist hadn't been pulled out yet, and there was a large bloody hole there. The instant his longevity sword pierced through the other party's head, the other party's fist had also smashed his immortal foundation and shattered his primordial spirit. In the end, he was sent to his death. In this life, he had experienced too much and lived for too long. He had experienced countless eras until now, and now, the curtains were finally going to fall. The supreme celestial being of the legendary era had created the famous secret character, which was known throughout the ages. In this field, he was the #1 in history, and no one could compare to him. But even so, he couldn't use this secret to save himself. Looking back at the past, the glorious years would never return. In the legendary era, after he achieved the Tao, he became the most powerful person, ruling over the universe. He was once respected by all living beings and protected them. Later on, he was defeated by time and chose to sever his saber. He chose to hibernate in the forbidden area and hid in the immortal mausoleum. Until the D-Zun appeared. That person was extremely powerful and invited him to come out of seclusion. The D-Zun gave him a peak emperor's horoscope for 2,000 years, allowing him to take over the underworld, and started another legend. However, he also wanted to become an immortal. How could the once supreme celestial being be willing to be the cornerstone of someone else's path to immortality? Naturally, he had to take a gamble. That was how the tragic disaster of blood filled the sky. The peak emperor's horoscope that lasted for 2,000 years ended. He returned to the immortal mausoleum and went into hibernation. In the future, he caused a few disturbances, and when the path to immortality opened, the final outcome was like this. I'm finally going to die. I've lived for so long, but I'm a little tired of living. There's only one thing I want to know. Am I the oldest living being in this world? The longevity celestial being muttered to himself. If there was no immortal, was there anyone who had lived longer than him? It seemed like no one had. He had gone through the legendary era, crossed the primordial era, experienced the primordial era, and arrived in this era. Who would believe his words? It was truly heaven-defying. I'll leave first. I don't want to be buried in the same galaxy as you. After saying that, the longevity celestial being's head exploded, turning into a dazzling rain of light that disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. His longevity sword let out a mournful cry. He pulled it out with a clang and chased after it, disappearing into the galaxy. The greater success sage physique was covered in blood. The golden hair on his body fell off and burned. In the end, his black hair draped over his shoulders. His true appearance was finally revealed. Although his eyes were dim, they could not hide his peerless heroism. His sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples. His face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. He was extremely resolute, and his body was strong. He had a majestic aura that could devour mountains and rivers. He had been fighting all his life. This was not the first time he had faced the chaos of the darkness. He had fought a bloody battle before, and now he had reappeared in the world. He had died and shed his last drop of blood. There were chaos in the legendary era, the primordial era, and the primordial era. It never stopped. However, I've reached the end of my life. The world calls me the sage physique of the human race, but I'm ashamed. I couldn't quell the chaos in this era. I can only listen to the cries of all living beings. I've exhausted all my strength. The greater success sage physique looked at the universe. Ancient lands were withering everywhere. He no longer had the strength to fight and quell the chaos of the darkness. Just like that, he fell into a pool of blood. He would pass away here. He took one last look at the ancient star sector that he had once protected. This is the end. How sad. In the distance, a majestic figure walked over. He was incomparably tall, like a black demonic mountain. His oppressive aura made people suffocate and collapse. The greater success sage physique arrived. His face was filled with coldness. He stood in front and looked down at the sage physique who was lying in a pool of blood. Your hands are stained with blood. I can hear the wails of countless souls coming from your immortal foundation. At the last moment, the greater success sage physique's eyes were incomparably resplendent as he stared at the tyrant king in front of him. Do I have a choice? This is the only way. The greater success sage physique coldly replied. After that, he lowered his head and looked down at the tyrant king. Swallow my saint blood and stop the slaughter, said the greater success sage physique. Haha. The greater success sage physique laughed loudly. After that, he suddenly stopped. In the end, he coldly said, You've already seen through my heart and know that there's no way back for me. Are you trying to lure me into a trap and use this to get rid of me? The greater success sage physique's eyes widened in anger. You should know what you've done today. In the future, there will definitely be people who will settle the score with you. After that, he began to pass away, turning into a large rain of light. He definitely wouldn't leave a single drop of essence blood for the tyrant king. The greater success sage physique didn't stop him. With an indifferent expression, he said, The human heart is like this. Everyone in the world is a greater success sage physique. When it's your turn, it's all like me. After saying this, his tone became even colder. The Sun Saint Emperor shed his last drop of blood for the people of the world. In return, the people of the world left his last bloodline for him. You should already know that this is the truth. And your greater success sage physique shouldn't even exist in this world. People like you won't live for long. This is the truth. So what if I'm cursed for eternity? I'll still live forever and will never die. In the end, I'm the one who stepped on your corpse and you fell under my feet. What's true? Only a bloody scene is true. The greater success sage physique said in an awe-inspiring manner. Today, he annihilated tens of thousands of lives and massacred ancient stars one after another. His blood had already turned cold and his heart had hardened. He was submerged and occupied by ruthlessness. You're a hero, so you have to die. There has never been a living hero in this world. As for me, I have eternal life and I still have to live on. So what if I'm cursed for eternity? He hysterically shouted. The divine body turned into a rain of light and rushed into the distance, flying past ancient lands one after another. Those were the places he had fought before, the places he had protected before. There were the corpses of his enemies, the corpses of his comrades, and even the ancient graves where he had buried his beloved in sorrow. Just like that, The rain of light that he had turned into finally dissipated into these old lands. From then on, he would no longer fight and would no longer risk his life. He would let go of everything and sleep forever,